Hello and welcome to this very special sec4dev meetup.
Hi guys.
Security now more than ever. Usually we'll be here doing this sec4dev, but you know why it's not possible now? We decided to postpone it to September, but we didn't want to wait so long for the next security content. This is why we have this meetup today. So welcome everybody and enjoy. First, we will have a look at the agenda of this day. We're going to start with a talk by our colleague Reinhard Kugler. This is the first talk right after this intro. The next speaker is a regular speaker, and he continues his streak. He has been part of every single sec4dev event ever organized in history, and this is still the case. We hope that's going to be in September as well. Philippe, our most beloved speaker ever. Then we have our friends with us. It's two speakers talking about workload security in Kubernetes. They are DevOps consultants. And last but not least, it's Tanya, who will be joining us from Canada. This is 7 o'clock in the morning for her. So we're very thankful that she still does it. And she's also going to be part of the panel discussion afterwards, where we'll talk about the vision and long-term developments of software security with some of our speakers and other guests, like, for example, Evelyn Hasinger, also Magno Logan, you know him from sec4dev, Philippe again, Tanya also, and Pascal Schulz of Integrity.
And we do have a break in between, so you have time to go to the toilet, grab a coffee, and at the end, stay tuned, stay till the end. At the end, we are gonna have a raffle, so we're gonna tell you who the winners are gonna be.
Mm-hmm. All sessions will be recorded and published, so don't worry, you can pass them on to your friends and colleagues after this. Now we have partners that support us with this event. First and foremost, we are developers. They are supporting us technically, so they are there behind the scenes doing all the streaming stuff. And with us, we have Seat from We Are Developers.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having us. It's a pleasure partnering with you. Amazing event you are building here.
Same for us. We Are Developers. What's behind this name? Can you tell us more?
Yeah, basically, we are on the mission to help developers level up their career, and therefore, basically, one of our core products is we run a job portal for developers. It's developer-centric. You can, basically visit it on wearedevelopers.com and have a look on what developer jobs are there in Europe. That's the one thing, and maybe the other thing that people know us from is the We Are Developers World Congress, which finally, after 2 years, will also be in person this year again.
Yeah. Where is it going to be and when? So that
in Berlin, in mid of June, so 14th and 15th of June in beautiful Berlin in the City Cube. We expect around 5,000 developers joining us in person. And we will have around 200 speakers covering basically all the topics in the whole software development lifecycle.
Can you tell us a few speakers, or is that still a secret?
Yeah, definitely. I would say also very proud that Tanya, Janca, who is here today with us, will also join us at the We Are Developers World Congress. So that's amazing. Also, like we have, as you have your most loved speaker, we have John Romero. He's a gaming legend, created Doom and Quake in these games. He also joined every single We Are Developers World Congress, so he will join again. Then the inventor of the JSON format, for example, Douglas Crockford, who is a kind of a JavaScript guru. And then a couple of hours ago, I just got the confirmation that the CEO of GitHub, Thomas Domke, will join with a keynote. It's not even announced, so it's like a secret information still, just for you. We'll announce him next week officially. So yeah, as I said, like 200 speakers and covering the whole software development lifecycle. There's something for everyone.
Looking forward to this event. We'll probably be part of this as well. Hopefully.
I hope so. I count on you.
That would be great.
Thank you, Seat.
Thank you. Thank you, and have a lot of fun. And looking forward to the sessions. See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
We have another partner here on board, our friends from WizUs, who are sitting in the 23rd district of Vienna. And with us today is the CEO, Ryck Auer. Welcome, Ryck.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
So WizUs is a DevOps consulting company, and they do consulting in that space, and they specialize in Kubernetes and huge environments and high scalability. Well, there's a lot of consulting companies in there. Ryck, what is that thing that you're doing different than the others?
Yeah. Good question, Thomas. When you think of consulting, you can understand a lot of different things, right? So we are really focusing on technical implementation, and all these consulting organizational elements are just the side effect of our work. So our typical daily work consists of optimizing infrastructure, writing code, implementing software pipelines, and always have the DevOps spirits in mind. So each of us should be aware of what happens next to me in a technical perspective. We have people to write software in a secure way and also care about runtime, implement proper logging, use the accurate software architecture, and also we build up infrastructure and pipelines and have in the same time the development experience in mind. So shift left approaches, proper feedback loop, support development workflows in the right way. This is what we're caring about. And as you already mentioned, we are one of the experts in Kubernetes in Austria. Actually, we are still the first and only one Austrian-based Kubernetes certified service provider, certified by Cloud Native Foundation, Computing Foundation. And so each each technology like Kubernetes and all what you can find on the Cloud Native landscape technology landscape is basically one of our core assets.
That sounds like an interesting workplace as well. And speaking of workplace, I heard you're hiring people. What is that people need to bring in order to work with you guys?
Yeah, as each technical company, we also searching for people, right? For us, first of all, the most important thing is the mindset. So we need people, or we're searching for people that really care about the team and always looking for improvements. We're always searching for people that care not just about their specific work, but also care about what happens with their work after they have handed over to others, right? So the DevOps mindset again. And second, in our company, you come into contact with many different technologies. So we work with Kubernetes, various cloud providers, infrastructures as coding tools like Ansible, Terraform, and so on, pipelining tools, various programming languages, and of course, also legacy software. So with a broad interest in many different technology, and at the same time, the motivation that you want to learn a lot, you're certainly right with us.
Okay. With us. Thank you very much, Ryck, again for being part of this event and making it possible. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And well, there's also SBA Research,
Yes,
which is our company, right?
Yeah. We are SBA Research. We're the largest research center dealing with IT and information security in Austria, and we're all passionate about security. That's why we have sec4dev.
Exactly. All right. We have a raffle.
Yes.
Some details about it.
We have a raffle. So you can win when you register to the meetup group or you're just watching. You can win 2 tickets for the We Are Developers World Congress as we heard, in June. You can win 3 conference tickets for the sec4dev conference and bootcamp in September. You can win 3 noise cancelling headphones. Like you said, they're the best.
Yeah, these are awesome. We have a little sec4dev baby that is screaming sometimes, and that noise cancels all that away.
True, not now.
Not now.
It's sleeping gladly, but it works. Then we have 3 Raspberry Pi kits, and finally 1 Wi-Fi pineapple. So how can you participate? Just if you haven't done it yet, register at our meetup group. You find the link in the chat, and you can register till 4, and then we're gonna pull the winners. And at the end of the talks at 5:45, we're gonna tell you who won. Now I want to tell you something about the conference we're going to have in September, because we're all passionate about it and excited and wanted to do it today. But now we're just speaking with the camera and we can't see you, which is sad. So we have in September the conference, again, 2 days hands-on workshops, 2 days single track conference, because it's important for us that you don't have to choose between the talks. There's only one stream you have to follow, and there you have the best. We have 2 social events again. We have a pub quiz and an epic, not tram ride this time, but bus ride to the vineyards.
Some sort of ride.
True. Having a dinner in the vineyards of Vienna. We have 2 special sessions again, one women's session and one session for all the people who want to get in touch with security and development, but haven't that much experience yet.
Yes, and these 2 sessions are going to be free.
Yes, very important. These are free. And this time we're going to have, again, great food, as we had before, with an epic view this time over the city or the city center of Vienna. Mm-hmm. So what do you have to do to be part of the sec4dev? You were too quick. Just save the date. It's the 6th until the 9th of September. Get an early bird ticket, and they're open for a couple of weeks. You find the agenda and a couple of talks and boot camps already on the website, because we wanted to do it now in February, like we used to. We had a schedule, but then, we know what happened. And join us at our meetup.
Great talks on security in the meantime. If you have any questions on the talks today, please ask them on Slido. You can ask new questions or can upvote questions that you find particularly interesting. Here's the link, or you can just scan the QR code with your smartphone, for example, and then you can jump right in and ask questions.
And you find the number at the bottom all the time.
You see it also during the talks. All right.
So let's start, right?
Let's get it started.
Let's start with our dear colleague, Reinhard Kugler from SBA. And he's talking about security challenges of breaking Monolith. So in his free time, he just wanted to play around and breaking a software monolith and breaking it down into small services. And then he realized during that process that there were a couple of security issues popping up. So he's telling us something about that today. Hi, Reini.
Looking forward to this talk.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm fine. I'm just struggling with some internet issues because the telecom company just removed our landline today.
Okay. Of course.
Stuff that happens every day.
Yes.
The stage is yours, Reini.
I was watching them doing that, so I will try to have a good talk. So Gartner says we will fail while creating our web applications or our containers and pushing them to the cloud, and it will be our fault. But is this true? Should this work, or is this a mistake? Like every other good idea or like every other big mistake, everything starts with a very good idea. And I will like to take you on a journey with me, going through the steps, splitting our monolithic application into smaller pieces and find out how secure can we make it. Let's see. And I want to imagine that you're at the beach. I know it's very hard nowadays to imagine that, but imagine you're at the beach and you're surfing the best waves and biggest waves there are. You're having the time of your life. And of course, you're using like small little cameras on you to capture this moment, as well as your friends have phones to capture this. But I was thinking some years ago, okay, how can we make an application to share it? Because terabytes and gigabytes of data now on the different devices, and how can you share this information or these clips with other people? So let's imagine we creating an application and you're able to upload your stuff to a server, of course, and then you bring your crowd again to a website, and then they cut out their little 5 seconds of fame. Wouldn't that be great? So you create the clips from the raw footage, and everyone is able to get their own clip. And then you, of course, can transfer this information into your favorite application like Instagram. And as soon as you do that, you all can enjoy how you serve your 5 minutes of fame, and you can like enjoy your dopamine levels inside your brain as you get thousands and thousands of likes. So this is our beauty. So I created a little application, and this was my to my abilities the best way I can come up with. And this was the application on the right side to upload your stuff, and then you can pick your little raw footages. So you upload the stuff, and then you can pick it, and then inside your browser you can scroll through the image or the video. You stream it, and then you set your cut marks, your 5 minutes of fame, and this get then cut into little pieces. And as those pieces are done, then you can enjoy them and upload them wherever. So this was the main idea, how we approach this problem. Of course, this is not easy, because in the background there is happening a lot of stuff. Of course, you need something to work or to run your web application. So you need a web server, and in the background, it's not only the web server, it's also the program that's hosting it. And of course, as you upload your stuff, you need some storage, like the storage on disk. And then, of course, you need to cut or to transcode all the videos into the resulting clips. All right. So this was kind of nice, and we built it quite fast. But this also posed some problems in the long run, because as this system got more attention, the load on the server was quite huge. So you're dealing a lot with the problem that you have to get a bigger and bigger server. Excuse me. And then this server is quite costly, because you have a huge metal that you're buying or you're renting every month. And then, of course, sometimes it's a lot of load in there, and sometimes it's quite little. So you have a lot of idling power lying around. So what I think, by changing this monolith to a microservice, it would be great that this microservice could like scale up and down in order to like manage this idling power or to reduce the idling cost. All right, so this was one way. How can we, or what is the purpose of the microservice? Also, I want to add one problem, because as you cut all the stuff, the utilization of the hardware is quite high. As you can imagine, converting videos is quite costly. So you need something that is distributed. And that was also quite a huge problem at this monolith, because every time you cut an image, or you create a preview of an image, or you cut a piece out, of course, this power is quite huge, and therefore the people are waiting a long time. So it would be great to distribute this task. And this wasn't really easy by having this huge monolith, right? And I would also like to add one purpose of microservices, because I would like to have reliability. As you can think, as I have only one server with one folder, it's quite tedious, because one time this folder gets crashed or deleted, or maybe the disk is full, then it's not very reliable, right? So you have to find a way to distribute that as well. Let's break it down. Let's break it down into, so we usually have front, we just carve that piece out of the monolith. We also have something that is an API or like a backend to receive all the requests from the API. And we would like to have a broker that queues our jobs. So if I want to add a cut on a specific mark, I have to add this job to the queue, and then it gets picked up by the cutting component, and that cuts it into pieces or transcodes a video file, and all is stored within an S3 AWS bucket. So that's the idea, to like split it up into several components. And of course, this also poses some problems, or some, like to say, that adds complexity, because now not only one big chunk of code has to talk to him or herself. Also, you have to find those dependencies between the microservices. And of course, you find a way how the people can upload the stuff, for example, to the S3. And you find a way to like talk to the API. And also in the back end, there's a lot of interaction going on, because the API wants to like do the job handling. And of course, the cutting stuff has to get the files from the S3 bucket. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the background. And the first challenge as we deal with microservices is, of course, to containerize the application parts or your components. So let's dig into that. I just thought, okay, let's containerize. Let's pull up Docker Podman, name your tool of choice, and create an image for that. And quite easily then I created an image. And as I am a security interested person, I also ran it through scanners. And immediately I found out, okay, oh no, even at the first step, I had the problem that many of the components inside an official image had security problems. And of course, this is nowadays something we have to deal with, because as we look at some of the surveys in the past, and also some recent surveys, it more or less says or gives the same big picture. All of those images, official images, or just clones of images, do have security problems and do have supply chain problems. So every image is composed of many other dependencies, and this dependency hell is still one major problem in this domain. Keep this in mind, but okay, maybe in the first place, we don't need any okay, what should the attacker do, right? So should he or she attack the libc of an image? Maybe we think that's not feasible in the first place. So let's go further. Let's say we want to run things. We want to do it live. So let's talk about trust boundaries and how the components work. And as we have a look at that, we can immediately see that there is one part that is more front-endish and one part that is more back-endish, right? Or components that are more on the back-end side of things. So we see that maybe we want to have this whole web stuff going on, right? So we have this user authenticating somewhere and then issuing the cut command, fine. But of course, we have some components that have no public access. So this RabbitMQ, for example, this message broker between the API and the cutting stuff is, of course, hidden from the user. But also we have to deal with the idea that, okay, S3 is a whole other problem, because of course it's a system that we don't have access to, and we have to hide it behind maybe a CDN, a content delivery network, to provide our stuff. And as we look at this big picture, we can immediately pull out our like Excel sheets or open office sheets and write down some security problems immediately, right? So we can say maybe somebody is able to exploit a problem or a security bug inside this transcoding part, but we said, okay, maybe skip that. We have containers. Let's skip that problem for the first 5 minutes, and let's go to the more interesting problems, namely the uploading, or attackers uploading lots of stuff to the S3 and using this part or this service as their delivery network for their own applications. So they use your system maybe to host their own stuff for free. It's free for them. It's not free for you, right? So maybe you want to mitigate that and add some very smart choices like authorization, and maybe you want to type check some stuff. Let's dig into this problem domain in more detail. And the first, it's still the second challenge, is the authentication and authorization part, right? So you want to find out who is that, and is he able to upload something, to cut something, to send it to a friend, and so on. So you have to identify your users from the internet. And as we have a quick look on the chart or on our model, we immediately see that there also, of course, the problem domain of this. Okay, you have the front end and the back end API, and you have to authenticate and authorize the requests, of course. This we usually know, but what about the S3 part, right? What about the Amazon part? How can we access the files there, and how can we share the files, and how can we upload it securely? Because we don't have a lot of control over what is on these subsystems. So for the web part, let's skip over that quite quick. I would say, okay, let's go with web tokens. It has some benefits. It has some downsides. Let's say, okay, that's the way of choice for the front end and back end API. But what about S3? How can we solve the S3 part? And namely, we have to find a way. How can we say, I would like to have my users to upload stuff? Are they also allowed to download or stream the same document or the same object they upload? Or do we have to check it beforehand? And how complex is that? Also, how much complexity and code do we add to find a solution to that problem? Sometimes we also have to deal with the level of complexity we add as we go, right? So let's have a look at this particular problem, because we have our API, of course, that can prepare an object, but how can we make our users access this particular file? And usually we don't want to use the old stuff of AWS security again. So we don't want to have those access control lists in place, and we don't want to have public access to this particular bucket, so to speak. But what we could do is to create a bucket policy. And what a bucket policy is it's like a small document that describes what can be done using a specific user to do on a specific path inside this particular bucket. And we can see that here, right? We can see that we say here, okay, there's a principal called this with this identification string, and we say, okay, this one is able to do a get object. So he or she is able, or this identity is able to pull this file down. And this is exactly what we need as we, for example, use processing stuff or to just get a file to make a decision, yes or no, is this okay? And of course, we have to do some more complex stuff like, okay, maybe we want our cutting tool be able to read inside this upload part. So we have maybe a folder for uploading stuff, and then it gets checked, and then I can like move it into a public folder that's accessible by a user. And the same goes with, for example, thumbnails. And as you maybe immediately point out, as you're proficient with dealing with maybe bucket policies, I already made a mistake here, right? Or I already made some like could be improved parts here. I share here the get and put object, like the getting or streaming the video part, and also to upload it to the cloud with all the different folders. So what could be improved here is, of course, like splitting this scheme. And as you go with it, you will find every time more and more details what you can improve. But this is one of the not solutions, but ways to control your access to this system. Of course, this has one problem. It says maybe you want to allows all of the users to get the file, just to stream the video or to get the preview. This poses a problem because sometimes you don't have it identified inside WS, right? So you can't really use the JSON Web Token in the first place, or not in this scheme not in this scheme of bucket policies. So maybe we find another way to solve this problem. We could say maybe we want to use the bucket policy, because as we create a policy like this, we see, okay, maybe somebody can upload it, but he or she can't download it. With the use of signed URLs, we can make like an exception for a specific time frame. And that's kind of nice, because we can say, okay, for this particular file here, we have this upload API WBDH file and request. You can access this particular file. We can even say with this pre-signed URL, you can only get a file, or we can push the file. This is quite nice, but it poses also another problem. So you have to juggle your up and down sides here. You immediately see there is no user, so you have no authorized user here. It's still just an anonymous request from the web. And another like interesting side here is these URLs are created using your internal keys to access, for example, the bucket. So there are keys residing in the AWS, and you also can download them and you can use them in your containers. And those keys are used to create especially requests. So as we way as an attacker to gain this key. We can offline create URLs like this and gain access to files without any other help. So like, okay, we solved something, but still something is on the table. And as we talk about this, okay, we have these keys and how can we manage it? We have, of course, to distribute it inside your containers, right? So we have to find the containers where you really need the specific, for example, S3 access keys. We have to find the containers which are able to access the message queuing, and maybe that check your JWTs, right? So you distribute your access key that, for example, in Kubernetes, you can, of course, but it's inside your system. And what we didn't tackle, and that will be one of the last challenges, is how can we control which input gets stick into your bucket? Because we just we're talking about how can we identify our people, or how can we just authorize our people, but we didn't say what are they allowed to add. And of course, this also applies to all the other components. As we have a front end, maybe your attacker wants to inject code inside the JavaScript of your application or inside the DOM and use the good old web attacks. But also your API could be attacked and to forge a server-side request forgery. And I would like to focus here on the S3 parts, because again, here we don't have full control over the system. And how can we find out the valid and invalid files? Because sometimes attackers find a way to push up your HTML files, and then they are able to host their application inside your infrastructure. All right, so how can we do this? I took one way to solve that. I took the way of creating a Lambda function to check every time something gets uploaded to a bucket. Then the bucket could trigger a Lambda function. What is a Lambda function? It's a very, very small container, and it gets triggered as you upload your stuff. Then the AWS spins up a small little container, pulls code what you provided, which contains the checking code, for example, in my example, and then checks, okay, is this a good file or a bad file? And of course, then it can be moved to a more secure place, or to a okay, this is a checked file place, and then can be shared. This also has some good parts and bad parts. Of course, the more complexity you add inside this checking function, the harder it is to implement the whole stuff and to control the complexity within the system. But of course, you have to deal with problems like that. Why this is interesting? What's the problem with a video file inside a inside this system? Well, of course, you have to think about, is there maybe a vulnerability inside this transcoding part? We have this cutter, right? So the thing that cuts your file, and inside here, there could be a vulnerability that can be triggered. For example, by parsing the file itself, by transcoding it, by streaming it. It's quite hard to have no vulnerability in such complex software. Some are exploitable, some are not that relevant in our scenario. And indeed, there is a vulnerability that is quite interesting. If you're interested, you could watch the analysis of Live Overflow. He and Paul Jarrett had a look at a vulnerability that was identified by fuzzing FFmpeg. And of course, they found a way to exploit it. They found a way how they got code execution on this part. And this is now the question is this a problem or is this a disaster? And looking back at our threat model, we have to look inside the pod, the container, which is hosting our FFmpeg, right? Our cutter. And this could indeed be a problem from a threat model point of view, because as you maybe all know, as you start a container, it has to have some access to the secrets inside the container, right? Because of course, the container needs to read the secret, and sometimes it's in the environment, and sometimes it's presented as a file. There are, of course, some possibilities to mitigate the risk or the access, but still, in the end, you will gain access to it. So, what problems does this pose? Of course, we have maybe then access to the S3 because there is the access key residing inside the container. We maybe have access to the message queue because we have the password for the message queue. And in many cases, or it's intended that inside a Kubernetes cluster, they all have access inside the network. So you could maybe download all the video files from all your users as you gain access to just one container, or you can add a job to the message queue, parsing the whole or the same file by the other containers, and again attack it, or to gain control over the other containers as well. So a small little problem could lead to a disaster inside your system. This sometimes also this also applies to your backend infrastructure. As you all know, maybe you're hosting this in a Kubernetes cluster, and sometimes there are keys that can be used. Nowadays, it's getting less and less possible. Please ask the With Us guys; they can tell you a lot of stuff about this. But sometimes you can gain control over part of the infrastructure as well. So what could be added to our mitigation approach in our threat model? Of course, we could improve the integrity of our container, which is the first line here. We could add, for example, seccomp, this controlling what the container is possible to do. And I encourage you to watch the talk later from the With Us guys. Also here, a big thanks that they helped compiling some of the parts of this talk. And here we could improve some stuff, of course, that could lead or could pose a big step up on security. Still, we have some residing risk. That's always the case. But in this case, we know what's the residing risk because we had a look at it. Okay, to summarize, what's better? Is it better to have a monolith, or is it better to have a microservice? Did all the different changes improve the system a lot? I would say yes, because in a monolith, always, and we know this as penetration testers, as you attack a monolith and you gain control over one part, it's more or less game over for the whole system, because the growth of privileges within a monolith is always quite fast. In microservices, from a security standpoint, it's much more complex to jump than from one system to another. And also, it's easier to tackle one part on at a time. Sometimes on Monolith, applications, it's very right. I think, yes, we will be all and we should that should be the bottom line here. But what's interesting or what's important here is we all should employ the discussion: how can a system be attacked, and what are the real threats, and what are risks that should be accepted, and what are risks that should be tackled. And that's the whole thing of this conference. So as we are all at the sec4dev, we all talk about development and security under one big conference, and that's the whole part of this talk. So thank you, enjoy your conference, and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, Reinhard, for this awesome talk. One question, or the last, you said you're going to repeat the bottom line of your talk. Parts of this were not visible because I think there was just a connection problem in that very moment. So could you take maybe a minute to repeat the bottom line, because I think that's the most important part of this talk, of the end of this talk. So please repeat that last part.
So it's always fine that the connection kills itself if it's most important. So as for sec4dev, we want to contribute, right? Right? We want to talk about what our development standpoints, what are security solutions for a problem, and together we want to solve this big problem, right? And
that's the spirit. Yes,
that's the spirit here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm going to ask the first question.
Yeah, go ahead.
We got a handful of questions. So, can AI help in security in cloud?
Can you repeat that, please? Can I what?
Can AI?
Artificial intelligence help.
Thank you.
In which part, right? If you're referring to some specific project or area, I would be happy to discuss more. But on a broad scale, it's very hard to pinpoint one area of how AI tackles cloud issues.
Yeah, so this one goes out to the person who asked this question. Maybe that person can rephrase the question and say, can it help with maybe one specific problem or what area they're referring to?
What could be one like phrase of this or area of this question is AI is, for example, employed in a lot of log analysis and threat detection parts, and the manual parts, of course, are quite tedious. And here, I think automation and AI helped a lot.
Yeah. Okay. There is also, it's not a question, it's rather an answer. Will the talks be recorded? Yes, they are recorded, not related to this talk. The next question is related to this talk. It says here, could a slim Lambda function be of any help for solving the S3 authorization problem?
Yes, so there are several ways to approach this, I think, and Lambda is one of them. Also, the AWS people, they have this API gateways, and you also can, for example, check authorization information there. That's more or less built in for some very simple authentication schemes. But as we see, Lambda is employed in more and more areas, especially in the checking parts, because that were the weaker areas of this like S3, like quite slim architecture.
Oh, now we got a lot of questions. The next one is, when creating a new project, should one start with building a monolith or start with microservice directly?
I think it depends on your group. So as we see, the monolith is much more easy to maintain, right? So if you have a small group or just you and your friend, it's easier maybe to maintain something like this. But of course, sometimes you want to scale it or to distribute it, and then you should think about microservices, because then you have also the possibility to have separate teams for a specific area. Like in our a little toy example, the cutting stuff, for example, there's a team, or the web application is a team.
Yeah, so I think that summarizes it really well, because what you say basically is that the question whether we should use microservices or something else is rather a people question rather than a technical question, or it's an organizational question rather than a purely technical question. Yeah, so the next question, the most upvoted one that's left is, don't microservices increase the attack surface compared to a monolithic approach?
In terms of you have more and more components that you have to manage, yes, absolutely. Because you have more dependency problems here, or dependency challenges to solve. You have now maybe 15 base images rather than one, and you have 16 dependent applications rather than 2. But you can like isolate it better. You can say maybe your cutter is not necessary to connect back to your to the internet or to a specific other microservice. So it's much more like controllable in terms of, if you have the resources to really manage it, okay, you draw the diagrams and code the stuff, then it can be pinned down better than a whole like big chunk of code.
I want to add something to this, because I'm more of a historic view on how this went from monolithic applications to microservices. We see that in the past, so 20 years ago, we're building monolithic applications, huge blocks of code that were all tied together and tightly coupled. Now people go to the other extreme, and they try to cut down everything to the minimum amount of code within one repository as possible. And I do believe that we will be going back at least one step in the other direction again, just as we did in other things as well. Look at programming languages. Those that emerged first were really strictly and statically typed, and it was hard to get started with those languages. Then we went to the other extreme, like JavaScript, where nothing is typed at all. And then now we're going back to typed languages again, because we're seeing static analysis is easier with typed languages. They're more reliable, they're better testable, and so on. I personally do believe that we will be going back one step in the other direction and not cutting everything down to the latest extreme, unless you're working with a company that has 10,000 of people who are working on software, maybe on the same product, right?
So it's like finding the right middle, right?
Yeah,
Like
it's always about the middle
yeah.
ground in the end. And I think, we're going back and forth through the extremes here a bit. When it comes to microservice approaches.
I would
Next
take
question.
yes. How can one identify the security problems in a microservice architecture?
That's a very good question. I would like to spread it into several parts. I think the most important thing is to first look at the broad picture. So I'm really a fan of threat modeling. You also using like in-depth techniques like code reviews in very specific sections, and also then checking the different, or isolating the different parts, like, okay, there are images and there are applications and there are API endpoints and there are requests, and then tackling them one by one, but not to the like extremist extent. So let's try to be pragmatic here and to find for your time box or your budget the best way to improve the situation, not to fully solve it. That will be impossible.
you had an approach to you had basically a little threat model in your slides for parts of that system. I found that particularly interesting because I feel like people have a hard time coming up with something like a threat model. How did you do it? Did you just use your experience of things and what usually goes wrong, and then you just wrote them down and tried to find countermeasures, or was it more of a systematic approach in your situation?
I tried to employ the show stack threat modeling, but with a more like hackerish approach. So every time I identified like a big block to solve or to investigate, I also tried my like hacking techniques or research to find out, okay, what are the real scenarios, not to be too like fuzzy about, okay, there's integrity attacked and not to pinpoint one specific area. So I would like to do it on two sides, either to use the threat modeling on a like drawing approach, and also to do some in-depth looks and tests. Yeah,
by the way, Reinhard and me are hacker buddies, so we're working in the same pen testing team for those who don't know us. So yes, I think there's time for maybe one last question. I think this is the most important question in this whole meetup.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. No, you ask.
Okay. How's Boris Shellradder doing?
He's fine. He was busy lately, so maybe he needs a vacation. Yes, sure. And he's, he had a kids lately, right? So every time you pop a shell, he has kids, right?
Okay. So he spawned child processes.
Child processes.
Can you maybe share it, because
and you have to take care of it.
Some people don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, just to do this not on a weird level. Last year I gave a talk about container stuff, and we invented this little red guy, the Boris Red Shell, and of course I wanted, as a sec4dev person, to invite him as well.
Yeah, it's the little bad.
He's not that cool like Olivia.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Abros.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reini, for being part of the sec4dev special meetup. And yeah, hope you will be joining the other sessions as well. Have a good day and see you soon. Next speaker is up, and next session is up. And that's securing front-end applications with trusted types. I have never met this person before. No, that's bullshit. I have met him at every sec4dev. So far, he's been part of every event we have done. And we were very glad about this because, as Tim Manico once said, he's one of the best, or if not the best, web security instructor out there. So he's a world-class speaker. And he traveled from Belgium to Austria several times to be part of sec4dev. And he's really into web security. The difference between Philippe and us, like Reini and me, is that he's on the defender side. So he's a coder, he's a creator, he's a builder, but he has a very, very deep understanding on how to defend your software, especially web applications, against common attacks. And today he will talk about something that recently changed in the browsers. And in the browser, there's a security mechanism called content security policy, and they got updated with something called trusted types, which hopefully maybe will finally solve the problem of cross-site scripting. And that's something that works really well in conjunction with single-page applications like Angular, React, Vue.js, and so on. So is Philippe ready to go on stage? Let me say welcome to him.
Yes, I am.
There he is.
Hi.
How are you doing, Philippe?
I'm good. I have a bit of a cold, so I might use the mute button somewhere throughout the presentation to hide some sounds, but otherwise I'm good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thanks for being part of sec4dev again. We hope that you will be part in September as well. At least that's what we have planned for you. I hope you agree.
That's what I have planned as well. So let's see how that works out.
Looking forward to the event in September, and also looking forward to your talk now. Thanks, Philippe, for being part of sec4dev again, and the stage is yours.
Of course. Let's go. It's not like you set a high bar or anything with my introduction. So easy job for me, right? Talking about trusted types in front-end applications. So as Thomas said, I'm Philippe Ryck, and my name kind of looks a bit funky here because I have a very unfortunate name with some HTML attached at the end. And if you've been doing front-end development, if you've been doing any HTML and JavaScript, you kind of see what's going on here, right? This name contains a piece of HTML code, an image with a source none, doesn't exist, and an on-error handler with an alert dialog that pops up an alert dialog. That's your proof of concept cross-site scripting. By itself, that's data, not that malicious, not that harmful, unless it ever ends up in an HTML page. Like you can see here, a header, welcome Philippe Ryck, image source none, and of course, the red parts on the slide will pop up an alert dialog. Annoying, not very dangerous, but if everybody or anybody, like Thomas and their hacker buddies, if they tell you that they can pop up an alert dialog, you should be paying attention, because this means that they can execute code in your application on the machine of the user. So any user visiting the application, seeing this name, well, it's not going to say welcome Philippe Ryck, but it might say reviews by Philippe Ryck, image source none. But all of a sudden, the malicious code entered by the attacker ends up in the browser of a user, victimizing that user. Victimizing not through the alert dialog, but through whatever the attacker can think of. I mean, the attacker can write malicious code that executes in the application, in the front-end app. So anything a front-end developer can think of or can do, the attacker can do. And in reality, cross-site scripting vulnerabilities have severe consequences and ironic consequences sometimes. Here's an app. I don't know the app myself, but they got in the news because of a cross-site scripting problem. So now I know about the app. And the app was supposed to keep your children safe. Like you could monitor your child, and your child has like this GPS tracker, and you could see where your child is and keep track of your children, which may be useful in certain scenarios. And ironically, the app contained a cross-site scripting vulnerability that would allow an attacker to extract the information about your children's location, which is kind of the reverse of what you're trying to achieve when using an app like that. Just one example of how potent cross-site scripting really is. A second example is from Facebook. In this case, somebody found a cross-site scripting vulnerability in Facebook, and Facebook thought this was pretty serious and paid out $25,000 US in bug bounty. Just to give you an idea of this is not a minor thing where you get like $500 for reporting this. This is like a serious vulnerability that can earn you serious money if you find them, which also means they are dangerous when they're exploited by the wrong people. That's the premise. Now that we got you good and scared about cross-site scripting, I have a promise to make to you. And what I'm going to explain here is trusted types. And trusted types, when used correctly, has the ability to fully eradicate DOM-based cross-site scripting in your application, in your entire application. And that's what we're going to achieve right here today. All right, before we do that, a small word about myself. I'm Philippe Ryck from Belgium, and I'm a security expert doing mainly training and consulting on specific security problems, preferably complex security problems, front-end security, API security, OAuth, OpenID Connect, things like that. I run my own company called Pragmatic Web Security, through which I organize trainings, courses, and consulting. I'm also a Google developer expert and an Auth0 ambassador, which are recognitions for my work I've been doing in the community, presentations like this one, resources, articles, blog posts, and things like that. Now, enough about me. Let's talk about this guy. Let's talk about Philippe Ryck with the unfortunate image source name. What happens when applications handle data like this? Well, let's look at one concrete example. If this data ends up in an Angular template, in Angular, you would use double curly braces to bind data variables into a template. And Angular knows that this is potentially dangerous. Angular knows, like, hold on, if I'm going to put stuff there, I got to make sure it's safe. Otherwise, the browser might get a bit confused and execute pieces of that data as code. And that wouldn't make any sense. So Angular and React, for that matter, and Vue and Ember, they all know about this. And the data will look like this when it ends up in the page. The data will have encoded characters, the dangerous parts, like the stuff that would start a new HTML tag, that's encoded to their non-dangerous counterparts. That's essentially these frameworks being aware of what they're doing and telling themselves, making themselves do this in a secure way. Awesome. So whenever you put that name in the page, in the default way, the standard way, there's no problem. And that's good. Until you run into a problem like this. Your customer would like to write pretty documents like this one. This is a CK editor document. I literally stole this from the CK editor website as an example. And it's basically HTML behind the scenes, right? You write this as a pretty document, but behind the scenes, you basically have headers and paragraphs and images and captions and so on and so on. And when you want to put this in the page with the curly braces in Angular or something similar in React and Ember and Vue, it's going to look like crap. Why? Because these frameworks will be like, hold on, this is dangerous. I'm going to encode all these characters, and you would see the actual underlying HTML being rendered on the page instead of the beautiful HTML being shown as we would expect, like the fully rendered version. No, you would see the characters, and that's not good. And that's why, that's why there's a secondary technique that you can use to put data in the page, and that's typically relying on the inner HTML property. The browser has a way to accept HTML data as input. You can tell the browser, like, here's a chunk of HTML. Please render that for me in this portion of the page. You do that by setting the inner HTML on an element. All right, let's take a look at how that works in practice. And I'm going to use React as a first example here. In React, the property isn't called inner HTML. The property is called dangerously set inner HTML. We'll come back to that in a second. So you assign that data to that property, dangerously set inner HTML. That property will assign that to the browser's inner HTML sink, which is a dangerous sink for that matter. So it assigns that to the browser's inner HTML property in the DOM, which will trigger the HTML parser, which will make this document look pretty and add it to the page, basically. You happy, customer happy, your boss happy, everybody happy. Awesome. Until somebody comes around, that malicious user, and that malicious user is going to be like, let's see if we can mess around with that. And instead of a CK editor document, they give you Philippe Ryck image source none on error alert. Oh my God. And this is where things get a bit funky, because React calls this dangerously set inner HTML, but that's all they do. React is like, we don't really care. You use a dangerous function. That's on you, not on us. It will get assigned to the inner HTML property in the browser. It goes to the HTML parser. The HTML parser tries to load the image. Can't do that because the image doesn't exist. So it triggers an error. It sees like, oh, there's an error event handler. That's awesome. I'm going to take that string. That's JavaScript. I don't know what to do with JavaScript. I'm an HTML parser. So, hey, JavaScript engine, I got something for you. Can you execute this, please? And that code executes inside the application. That's essentially the process that the browser goes through to put that data in the page, and that's how a vulnerability like this will be triggered when you have a DOM-based cross-site scripting vulnerability. We call it DOM-based because it's assigning data into the DOM, and that triggers the execution of the code. Another name would be a client-side cross-site scripting vulnerability because the insertion happens in the browser at runtime. That's the problem here. All right. What's the solution? Well, in this case, in React applications, you are supposed to ensure that the data ends up in the page in a safe way. And you do that by using either escaping, as we talked about, which will look very ugly, or you do that with using sanitization as an alternative. And sanitization is the process where you take a piece of potentially dirty HTML, like that CK editor document, you run it through a sanitizer, which will remove everything it doesn't know to be safe. So it removes everything that's supposed to be dangerous. And it gives you a safe set of HTML in return. And that safe set is something you can assign into the page. In React, you do that like this. So that's the bad example on top. The dangerously set inner HTML in line 3 is very, very bad because doing that will cause a massive vulnerability in your application. How do you do it correctly? Well, you have to use a sanitizer, and a good sanitizer is DOM Purify. That's a JavaScript-based library. You can just include that in your project. And now you can call on DOM Purify. You tell it like, hey, I have a review to show. Can you sanitize that review, please? And DOM Purify will do what it does best, sanitize that piece of data. And then you can assign that into the application using the inner HTML attribute. It's still called dangerously, even though we made it safe. But yeah, that's not something I can change because that's inherent to the React framework. All right, so as a developer, you are somewhat responsible to make sure you do this on every HTML output. That's why they call it dangerous, but they still leave the actual work up to you as a developer. If you think that's bullcrap, I kind of agree. Sorry for the language. I kind of agree, because on the other side of the fence, you have Angular. And Angular is like, yeah, but why don't we do that automatically? I mean, why do we have to ask developers to make that safe? How often do you want to do this in an unsafe way? So Angular says like, yeah, we're going to do this by default. Whenever you bind something into the page with Angular, you have to use the square brackets and then inner HTML. Angular will automatically sanitize that data. Angular is going to be like, okay, I know what you want to do. I'm going to make that safe for you, and I will sanitize that data for you. And that's actually a better approach, but the end result is the same. You sanitize the data before you assign it into the page, and that's a safe way of building applications. All right. That doesn't sound like a big problem, right? I mean, why do we need something else if there is a perfectly fine solution? Well, because this is hard to do consistently. In fact, I just finished a 2-day Angular security workshop yesterday and the day before, where I talked about Angular and how Angular does things automatically, but also about a couple of ways to get things wrong. And as usual, people came back after like me talking about that an hour later, like, yeah, I looked at my code and I found an actual vulnerability. I found a place in our application where we didn't do that correctly. And that means that there's still a piece of data ending up in that dangerous sink, triggering the HTML parser, triggering JavaScript code to be executed, and resulting in malicious code execution. These things happen a lot more often than we would like to think they do in practice. In fact, funny story, a couple of years ago, Google released like a new YouTube feature, and within 5 minutes of its release, somebody found a cross-site scripting vulnerability. It's that common. Example from the React world, here's Signal Messenger. Their desktop version uses React to build the UI components, and they had a vulnerability where they forgot to sanitize the data. On the left, you can see the vulnerable line of code. The red one, dangerously set inner HTML with just the straight up data from a text message you're replying to, and that caused a vulnerability. That's the red arrow sidestepping the green sanitization box, creating a massive problem for your application. That's an honest mistake. There's other ways to do that. For example, in React, there's the option to use refs, and you can create a reference to a native DOM element. So this line 2 here creates a direct reference to a node in the DOM, which is reaching into the DOM without going through React, and that gives you the ability to call inner HTML directly. So you don't have to call dangerously set inner HTML from React. No, you can call inner HTML from the browser directly, assign something into the page, and create a cross-site scripting vulnerability. Again, here there's no sanitization, there's no escaping, there's no protection, meaning we have a red arrow that reaches the HTML parser that can result in JavaScript code execution. Not good, in case you're wondering. And before the Angular people are like, oh God, React, what are you doing? Angular has the same construct. It's called an element ref in Angular, and you use the viewchild constructor here. But basically what you do is you have the same issue. You get a native DOM element. You can access inner HTML directly, assign a value without protecting or ensuring that value is safe, and you have the same vulnerability. And I'm fairly confident, I haven't looked at all the JavaScript frameworks, but I'm fairly confident that all of them have a way to actually access native DOM elements, because we need that sometimes for legitimate features, like monitoring things on an element, not assigning stuff to inner HTML. Let me go to a first takeaway. The first takeaway in this presentation is that cross-site scripting in front-end applications is still a reality. Even though people like to think like, oh, but I'm using a framework, I'm probably protected because they heard something about automatic XSS defenses in these frameworks. That's absolutely not true. I can guarantee that many front-end applications, almost all of them, very likely still have a security vulnerability. It's going to be less than before. It's going to be harder to make them, or really hard to make them in an Angular world, but they're still going to be there. And that's the premise of this presentation. That's our starting point. Well, we're about halfway through, and we finally have a starting point. You're going to have a cross-site scripting vulnerability, whether you like it or not. That's the reality. And that brings us to trusted types. What if I told you that there's an easy way to prevent this problem? And that easy way is called trusted types. And you enable trusted types by sending a response header on the HTML page of your application. So whenever the browser loads your index.html, you can set a response header, content security policy, which is actually the header for a very elaborate security policy, but we don't care about any of that. All we care about is what you see on line 2, require trusted types for script. That's it. That tells the browser, look, I know that this assignments to inner HTML is pretty dangerous and pretty insane. So you know what? Why don't we not do that anymore? And the browser says like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. And the browser transforms this dangerous sync into a trusted type sync. Meaning, whenever you assign something to inner HTML or outer HTML or documented write or documented write-ln for that matter, the browser no longer accepts text-based information. The browser no longer accepts strings. Kind of relates back to what Thomas said about no types at all, and now we have a type system. Well, the browser basically enforces a type system and says like, hey, if you want to assign something to inner HTML, you better give me a trusted HTML type, nothing else. You want to assign a string? Bad luck for you, because I'm refusing to do that. That's what trusted types does. It transforms this insecure sync, this dangerous sync, into something that only accepts a value that is called trusted HTML or of the type trusted HTML. And that is what trusted types really does in practice. I'm going to give you a bit more details as we go along. Trusted types comes from Google. It's built by Google people. Very smart Google people. Christoph Godowitz is the main driver behind trusted types. And they built that first internally as kind of a mechanism to solve this problem, because they found that static analysis was not enough. They found that their static analysis pipeline of their applications couldn't catch these DOM-based XSSs. So they said like, okay, let's build something into the platform that gives us the power to actually find and fix these problems for once and for all. And that's what trusted types does. For the record, to be very clear, trusted types does not impact regular DOM APIs. It only impacts unsafe assignments to something like inner HTML. If you want to create elements with DOM APIs, like on line 1, document.create element with a span, you want to set an attribute, you want to add some text content, and then insert it into the page, trusted types doesn't care about that. This is not dangerous behavior, because this is deliberate code written by a developer, not by an attacker. However, trusted types applies if you accept a long string from God knows where and try to render that into the page, like the CK editor document. If you try to render this, there's not going to be a call to document.create element h1. No, it's going to be like, here's a blob of HTML, you fix that. And that invokes a parser, and that is no longer possible when trusted types is enabled, at least not just possible. So how do you do that with trusted types enabled? Well, you can do that, but you have to ensure that this document that you're assigning to inner HTML is no longer a string, but a trusted type. So where do you get that trusted type from? Well, let's look at a React example. In a React application, you would have to sanitize that value. That was what we were required to do. Well, in this case, we still sanitize that value, but we tell the DOM Purify sanitizer like, yeah, when you're done, can you please return this value as a trusted type? And DOM Purify will be like, yeah, of course I can. And DOM Purify will sanitize that string. It will transform it into a trusted HTML type and give it back to your application. And now you can assign this into the DOM to inner HTML, and the browser is like, hold on, inner HTML, what are you doing? Oh, it's a trusted HTML type. Yeah, that's good. That means you have jumped through a couple of hoops to ensure that this value is safe. Otherwise, it wouldn't have the trusted HTML type. So I'm assuming you jumped through the right hoops. I'm going to assign that into the DOM. And bam, there goes your CK editor document, and everybody's happy. Awesome, right? Not that difficult to enable. Good. What about Angular? Well, Angular, I might be biased. I like Angular. Angular is a little bit more awesome than React in this case, because Angular is like, oh yeah, let's do that by default. Since Angular 11 and 12, which is like about a year ago, Angular is like, oh yeah, we'll automatically, when we sanitize something, we'll automatically make it a trusted type. Awesome. So in Angular applications, all you need to do to enable trusted types is add the header on top, require trusted types for script, and you tell the browser like, oh yeah, by the way, everything created by this Angular trusted types policy, that's acceptable. And your code doesn't have to change. Your Angular code remains the same because everything that Angular sanitizes by default is already marked as a trusted type out of the box. Pretty damn awesome, if you ask me. In React, it's a little bit more effort, but the principle is the same. We change the way the browser behaves, and because of that, our applications are forced to make things safe. Trusted types doesn't force anything. The only thing trusted types does is make you jump through those hoops. Trusted type says like, oh, you're giving me a string? Like, what the hell are you doing? You've been doing that for 10 years. I know you've been doing that for 10 years, but I don't really care. I want you to look at this and make sure that you do that in a safe way. And making sure you do it in a safe way could be, oh yeah, I'm feeding it to Drum Purify, so I'm doing the right thing. Okay, let's just mark it as trusted HTML in that case, and boom. You did the right thing. Trusted types is happy. The browser will render your HTML and good. And if you find a place where the browser says like, yeah, screw you, I'm not doing that, and you look at it and you're like, oh, good catch, because I actually forgot to sanitize this value, but you can now sanitize it and make your application more secure. So takeaway number 2, trusted types avoids unsafe DOM assignments. Basically, when you enable trusted types, you modify the default browser behavior. And because of that modification, the browser refuses the insecure usages of inner HTML, outer HTML, right-ln, and so on. Awesome. This must make you warm and fuzzy inside, right? I wish I could see Thomas and Stephanie now, because I'm pretty sure that they will be like, oh yeah, this is super awesome. Until you maybe look at this slide. It's like, who supports that? Oh, Chrome. And by definition, every other browser built on Chromium, like Edge, Opera, Brave, and so on. It's like, that's not too great. Like, what the hell is going on with IE? Well, we kind of know what's going on with IE, so let's not talk about that. But Firefox and Safari don't support this yet. And honestly, there's no timeline in which these browsers are aiming to support that in practice. So, have I been talking about an air castle here, like dangling a carrot in front of you and then taking it away, like you can't have this? Well, no, not really. This is what makes trusted types really awesome. It's only going to get better from this point on, by the way. Here's what happens in a Chrome browser. You're a developer or a hacker. You can also use this to find vulnerabilities, but I'm not going to talk about that. But you're a developer and you're using Chrome or Brave or whatever, I don't care. A browser that supports trusted types. And you find a piece of code, or you have a piece of code in your application that does something like this. It grabs a native DOM element, assigns a value to inner HTML, and potentially creates a cross-site scripting vulnerability. It's hiding in plain sight because it works as you expect until somebody gives you malicious data, which you are unlikely to do, but an attacker may do. However, trusted types doesn't care about the data. It doesn't care what you assign to it content-wise. It just says like, hey, developer, you cannot assign a string to inner HTML. What the hell are you doing? And you're going to be like, oh yeah, crap. That's indeed my mistake. Whoopsie. And you're going to rewrite your application either to use DOM Purify to sanitize the value or to use the Angular way to put it in the page, kind of depending on what you're doing. But nonetheless, you'll have to do something to fix this. Otherwise, this is not going to work with trusted types. And that's the process you go through. And because of trusted types in development mode, you learn how to improve the security of your application, because trusted types will call you out on insecure behavior. It will tell you like, no, we do it like this. You're like, oh yeah, okay, let's do it like this. And that's the true value here, because now you fix your application and you deploy it in production and somebody comes around and uses Firefox, and Firefox is like, I don't know what trusted types means. But it doesn't matter, because your application now looks like this. Your application contains secure code because you have fixed the problem by looking at it in development in Chrome with trusted types enabled. And now, all of a sudden, your application is more secure because of it. And that's absolutely awesome. That said, nothing prevents you from also deploying trusted types in production. You can deploy it and Chrome browsers will pick up on it. And for non-supporting browsers like Firefox and IE, if you really want to know, and Safari, there's polyfills available that offer the same APIs. So just by loading these polyfills, you can basically pull in trusted type support into those browsers as well. But trusted types already has major advantages if you only use it in development mode, but you can also use it in production. Takeaway number 3, if I'm not mistaken. Trusted types aims to improve the security of your application. Keep in mind, trusted types doesn't do anything on its own. Not yet, at least. I'm going to come to that in a second. Doesn't do anything on its own. It just forces you to look at these insecure usages of inner HTML and potentially fix them the right way. And that's essentially what trusted types does for you. Makes it absolutely awesome. So where does that leave us? That leaves us here, right? We have our data. We have found all the ways or all the different parts in our application where we use a dangerous sink, and we have fixed them. We have added escaping where necessary. We have added sanitization with dump purify or with Angular or whatever you're doing. Ember and Vue also require dump purify, by the way, because Angular is the only one doing sanitization by default. Awesome. Good job, developer. Star for you on GitHub. Until you realize that your Angular app, which with a few thousand lines of code, actually uses about 1 million lines of third-party code dependencies. Wait, 1 million versus a couple of thousand. Let's make the box a bit bigger. That's more representative. You have a whole ton of dependencies that do a lot of things in the application. And if you use one of these dependencies, like Bootstrap, to put data into the page, they can create a vulnerability. Bootstrap has documented usages of, for example, tooltips, where the wrong tooltip, a tooltip inserted by the attacker, is added to the page and triggers a cross-site scripting vulnerability, just like that, which is, in case you're wondering, not very good. So what's the point of having to secure our application if our dependencies might screw it up anyway? And this is going to be really awesome, by the way. Remember what Trusted Types does. Trusted Types changes the way the browser works. It basically removes the insecure use of inner HTML and forces everyone to use a secure way to assign data to inner HTML. So when your Bootstrap framework is trying to assign a tooltip in an insecure way, the browser will be like, what the hell are you doing? No, we don't do that. Go away. Good? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. But what did we do before? Before we actually looked at the code, we saw the problem and we fixed our code. So we can open up Bootstrap and try to edit and minimize JavaScript. I mean, that's not going to be fun. I can guarantee that. You can call the Bootstrap people or basically rant on GitHub like, hey, you're giving me a free project with insecure code. Go fix it, please. And they're probably not going to listen. And you shouldn't do that, by the way. That's not a very nice way to deal with the open source community. And that's where the last part of this presentation comes in. Trusted Types offers a way to automatically secure every insecure assignment. And that allows you to fix your dependencies as well. You can write a default Trusted Types policy that applies in case somebody tries to assign text to a dangerous sink like inner HTML. The default policy can be used to transform that text into a safe value. And that code looks like this. You define a policy at the bottom. The Trusted Types API in the browser allows you to do create policy on line 5. And you call that policy default. That's a reserved name, default, which means if nothing else applies and you have text that's being assigned to a sink, just call this create HTML function. It will take text as input and will output a trusted HTML type and gives you the opportunity to apply a security function yourself. This is only in case of emergency or in case you want to protect code that you can't change. Otherwise, you should follow secure coding guidelines in Angular or React or Vue or Ember. In this case, we're calling dump purify. Note how we don't have to tell dump purify to return a trusted type. We can just return a sanitized value and the policy will make it a trusted type behind the scenes. But on line 7, we basically take that dangerous input, we transform it into a sanitized string as output, and we return that from the policy. So when Bootstrap assigns something insecure into the DOM, the browser is going to be like, hold on, no. Text to inner HTML, we don't do that. Oh, here's the default policy. Oh, default policy, make this secure. Yes, I'm done. Here we go. And that gets assigned to the page in a safe way, fixing the problem in your application. And this makes Trusted Types goes from awesome to super awesome. Word of warning, if you want to use this feature in production, you need the polyfills. You need the actual polyfills available in all browsers so that you can actually transform this into safe values. That's a very important caveat. Otherwise, either things are going to break or you might have vulnerabilities. And this latest example shows how Trusted Types is basically a browser-level security measure. it changes the browser. So every piece of code running on top of that will benefit from that protection. And having a default policy can enable automatic protection as well. And that's maybe the most important takeaway from this entire presentation. If you want to know more, like I said, Christoph Kadowitz from Google is the main author behind Trusted Types. They have done a lot of project conversions to Trusted Types. I think VS Code, Visual Studio Code, has been transformed to rely on Trusted Types for security. They're working, a whole bunch of Google products use it, of course, and they're working on a whole bunch of other projects to transform them to use Trusted Types. There's a website here, web.dev/trustedtypes, gives you a bit more information, a bit more context, a few examples, and so on, that you might find useful to look into. All right, that's it for me, basically. If you want to learn more about security, I have other security courses on my website, so you might want to check those out in the meantime. And with that, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Well, at least if you're still here, but if you're hearing me now, then you made it till the end, so that's absolutely awesome. So thank you for being here. Connect with me on social media. I'm on Twitter with Philippe Ryck, not the image source none version, and on LinkedIn as well. So always happy to connect with you. And if there's any questions for the live audience, it's my pleasure to take them right now.
Yes. So my heart is warm and fuzzy, indeed. Thanks, Philippe, for this great talk and for this great summary about trusted types. What surprised me also, I didn't look at the very details. I know the basics, but not the details, that once you secure your application using trusted types, you're automatically protected, even though you're using a browser that doesn't support trusted types. And this is really awesome. This is my key takeaway of this talk. So thanks for this. We have a few questions on Slido. So I will start with the most upvoted question, and we work ourselves down until time's up. That's going to be 15:15. So the first question, or the most upvoted one, is how is Vue.js behaving compared to Angular and React?
Okay, I'm not a Vue expert, but I know enough about Vue to at least give some valid opinion. So Vue is closer to the React camp than to the Angular camp. So when you do default data output, it's always going to be escaped. I mean, every decent JavaScript framework will do that automatically, so that's good. The HTML output, there's a property called v-html. That's a Vue way of doing things that is basically like React. It just outputs it directly. It's not called dangerous, so that's one strike. I mean, compared to React calls it dangerous. Vue is just like, yeah, whatever. And the documentation page says like, yeah, this is dangerous and you shouldn't do this, and so on and so on. But it doesn't really do it automatically or even hint at you that you should avoid this property. So as for the element refs, I don't know the Vue way of doing that, but I'm fairly confident that there will be one way or another to actually grab native DOM elements, and that opens.
Yes, there is. I can confirm. I have a little Vue.js side project, so you can create references and just use inner HTML actually. Yeah.
All right. So that problem is right there. And then if you want to really dig deeper, if you want to assign URLs to anchor tags, for example, an href for an anchor tag, that's a common attack vulnerability or attack vector, because you can
JavaScript semicolon,
JavaScript URL. Yes. Yeah. Vue doesn't protect you against that either. The documentation says like, this is something you might want to cover, but there's no automatic protection, just like React for that matter.
Yeah. So Angular, of those three big frameworks, is actually, in terms of security, at least, this is what we can say, it is the best framework because it comes with an automatic sanitizer, which is really awesome, right?
Yes. When it comes to Angular, they do everything out of the box. They still offer ways to shoot yourself in the foot, but you at least have to do some effort to get there. But if you really want to, you can still do so.
Yeah. Okay, next question. Is server-side security validation better practice than front-end?
That's
not really related to this talk, but a more generic question.
Yeah. It's funny because I've been working on API security material, and I have like a whole chapter on never do security in the front end without doing it on the server as well. But here the story is a bit different, because cross-site scripting is inherently a front-end problem when you're dealing with Angular and React and so on, because the server-side code never sees an HTML template. Not even when you do server-side rendering, it's still the Angular code that's responsible for creating the page and putting data in there. So the Angular code or the React code or the Vue code has to guarantee that it does that in a safe way. The server side cannot protect you against cross-site scripting in this scenario. So I would say server-side security is important, but in this case, the responsibility is a front-end responsibility, not a server-side responsibility.
Absolutely. That's why also, when you look at the OWASP API security top 10, which is specific for the server-side, cross-site scripting isn't in there because the server-side doesn't have that problem. It's the responsibility of the front-end part, right?
Yeah, it's not that visible, though, because they added cross-site scripting with injection now in the new top 10.
Exactly.
So they're both called injection, but if you know, then you know. But I agree. Cross-site scripting is not an API problem. It's a front-end problem in this case.
Yeah.
Only exists, by the way, in web-based applications, because if you have a React Native app, there's no HTML, there's no JavaScript, and the whole problem goes away. So
Maybe more generically answered, I mean, you can have front-end side input validation as long as you have a server-side counterpart. It's good for usability, and you save a couple of round trips for server-side validation. Not speaking of trusted types and XSS, that might be the answer that this person was expecting. I don't know. So the next question is, when an attacker does a cross-site scripting attack, couldn't they just inject a trusted type object and the XSS would work again?
That's a good question. Generally speaking, no. So there's a couple of things going on. First of all, to inject a trusted types object, you can only create trusted types in JavaScript. So that means you would already have to achieve the execution of malicious JavaScript in the first place, which is likely not possible because of trusted types. So that's defense number one, basically. To create a trusted types policy, you would have to get script execution, which you can't get because of trusted types being applied correctly. The second thing is, I haven't talked about all the details, but you can lock this down. So you can specify in your content security policy, you can tell the browser, like, hey, you're only ever supposed to execute policies with these names and nothing else. And once a policy is defined with that name by your application and somebody tries to create a second, less secure policy with the same name from a piece of malicious code, the browser will be like, yeah, no, I'm not going to allow you to override existing trusted types policies. So you can lock that down there. That's mainly intended to avoid third-party code that you include. Like if you include analytics from a less trusted provider and they're trying to circumvent your trusted types policy, you can lock that down by setting your CSP policy in a strict way. Website, I linked to details, a couple of those things, so you might want to look that up.
Yeah. That was my question, by the way. My plan was to push you off the rails, but I didn't manage. Sorry.
Yeah, I love the welcoming attitude that sec4dev has. Let's get this guy back until we can push him off the rails. Awesome.
Okay, so we have a couple more questions here, and we have more time. So let's keep discussing this topic. It's really interesting. Will my application break in non-supporting browsers if I use trusted types, or will I lose the extra layer of protection? I think we partly clarified that, but maybe summarize that answer in one or two sentences. So in non-supporting browsers, will it break?
Yeah, in a non-supporting browser, it doesn't create doesn't enforce trusted types. So you would just end up with the same level of protection as you would have without using trusted types. That's one thing. The second thing is if you use DOM Purify or Angular, for example, they have a fall-through mechanism that if trusted types is not supported, that they'll just return a string after sanitizing that value. So your application is still doing the right thing. It's still going to work perfectly fine. If you rely on trusted types policies that you explicitly create in code, like trusted types.create policy, that's obviously going to fail in a non-supporting browser. And if you rely on that, then that failure might impact your application. So in that case, if you use the create policy feature of trusted types, you need that polyfill loaded in the browser. So you can circumvent that breakage by adding the polyfill, which will add those operations in a non-supporting browser and gives you everything you need to enable trusted types as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, awesome. Next question, a very good one, I think. It kind of seems weird if you have to use a function like DOM Purify that you have to pull into your application to sanitize unsafe HTML, because it sounds a bit like that should be a native function of JavaScript. So is there a browser native way to take a string and sanitize it, or do I have to pull in an external library like DOM Purify?
That's an interesting question. Depends on the moment you're watching this video, I would say, because the talks are recorded. So today, February 24, 2022, there is no way to do this in the browser. You have to use DOM Purify. However, in the coming months, there is work going on an HTML sanitization API that comes to the browser natively. So Chrome and Firefox are working on that. And the idea is to offer this feature as a built-in API in the browser. So in the future, if you're watching this in the year 2023, hopefully we're not at war and we actually have an HTML sanitization API in the browser. So yeah, that's coming. And one of the things that is likely going to happen when it comes into the browser is that we'll see a default trusted types policy that uses that browser-based API to enable all of these features automatically, and that will probably help us protect our applications as well. So
yeah, because it could be DOM Purify, sanitizing HTML, parsing it, throwing out stuff, and then rebuilding HTML sounds like a complex task and sounds like a big library that we have to pull in.
Well, it's not actually, because it uses the browser's parser behind the scenes. So what DOM Purify actually does, it's pretty ingenious. It asks the browser, like, hey man, can you parse this HTML for me? And the browser's like, yeah, that's what I do. So of course. And it gets back a tree and it just walks a tree. So it's basically every element and attributes, like goes over it, maps it against a list of known safe stuff, like image, safe, on error. I don't know what that means, out. And at the end, it just has a tree that it can put back into a string-based HTML format, and we're good to go. So it's not a large library. It's actually very slim, very small. It relies on the browser, so it's very reliable as well. But yeah, it's a dependency you have to pull in. Absolutely.
Yeah. Mario Heinrich is doing a good job on this one. Also, next question regarding frameworks. Which frameworks are supporting trusted types natively and which are not?
Angular is supporting trusted types, which kind of makes sense. They're doing sanitization. So what they did in their sanitizer is like, hey, if you return this value and trusted types is there in the browser, just make this a trusted type, and everybody else is not.
Okay, so Angular being the only one. I find this particularly interesting because when you look back in history, Angular version 1 was where everybody poked on and said, you have XSS problems, and another XSS problem, and another vulnerable version. And but they really made a huge jump from major version 1 to version 2, where they introduced all those security mechanisms. And now, in terms of security, it is the most robust front-end framework, or SPA framework.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, by the way. It's
you don't?
It's an unfair characterization of AngularJS. So the issues that people talked about wasn't because the framework itself was insecure. It was because they did template parsing in the browser. So all the other ones did compilation. They compiled their templates at build time and then shipped JavaScript code to the browser, basically. And Angular supported template parsing in the browser, which would allow an attacker to insert template code into the page, which is basically like injecting PHP code in a PHP app, which is pretty bad. And that's what got them the bad reputation. And that's something that they did fix in Angular 2, of course. So in Angular 2, they said, like, yeah, screw this, we're doing template compilation as well. And that took care of a whole bunch of problems. Absolutely.
Yeah. Major overhaul at major version 2 here.
But sanitization has always been there, even in version 1. So just to make things clear.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this is what we're discussing. All right, maybe last question. The DOM seems to be a mess. Can't we just start all over with dynamic browser languages and the DOM API?
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Ask Microsoft. They tried to build a new browser and with Edge, and eventually they said, like, yeah, screw this. We're just going to use Chromium because we can't figure out how to get this right. Is it better to start over? I would like that to happen, but history has taught us that it's very unlikely to happen. As in,
are you going to rewrite your
entire application to use a new way of talking to the DOM? I don't think so. And it would be a commendable effort, but the adoption rate would be slow to impossible. You would have to maintain 2 DOM implementations, which is going to be a nightmare. So I think we're better off trying to fix issues that we have now in ways like trusted types than coming up with a full new mechanism. But who knows? If you're convinced that should work, then I would say go for it, and let's see where we end up.
Yeah. All right. So thank you very much, Philippe, for this awesome talk and this awesome discussion here at the end. we're now going into a break. And before we go to break, just 2 more hints. First one, register for the meetup because then you're part of the raffle that happens after the panel, where Philippe is also going to be part of and discussing with us. And we have almost 1,000 people on a meetup. There are a few just missing. So if we make it to 1,000, the 1,000th person is going to get a very special present. We don't know what it's going to be because we want something different here, but we will come up with something awesome. But now we're going to go into a break until 3:30 p.m. So that's 15 minutes. See you in 15 minutes. Welcome, software developers. Do you want security, privacy, and reliability to be an essential part of your product? Then sec4dev is the place to be, no matter if you are a beginner or an expert.
We bring world-class experts and practitioners on stage to share their knowledge and experience. Sec4dev is a fast-growing community that is made for the makers and includes all year meetups, plus a conference with talks and workshops once a year.
At sec4dev, we focus on software security contents that are ready for you to take away and apply to your daily work in software development. 2 of the old classics in software security are application security and secure identity, where we cover the newest security trends and practices. But security is not just coding, so we have talks on the secure development process and DevSecOps to help you shift your security left and thereby increase efficiency and agility. Our cloud security related contents will help you with security aspects of cloud operations and containers. And well, software also runs on embedded hardware, which is why we also cover IoT security at sec4dev. Besides the talks and bootcamps, meeting like-minded people and industry experts in person is what's most valuable at conferences. You will have the opportunity to do so at our conference dinner, pub quiz, or simply during the frequent breaks on site. Want to become a part of sec4dev? Visit sec4dev.io for more. See you there.
Welcome back from the break.
Yes.
Before we start with the next talk, don't forget about Raffle. And if you haven't signed up already, sign up at the meetup.
Yes. I also want to take the chance to say thank you again to our partners. It's the guys from We Are Developers who are supporting us and also supporting us technically. They're doing the streaming stuff in the background. They're doing it awesome. Woo! And also to Wizz who made the raffle possible, by the way. And speaking of Wizz, we have two guys from Wizz with us today for the next session, the next talk. And they will be talking about workload security in Kubernetes. So you might have a workload and you know that workload is insecure, or you're supposing it could be vulnerable to attack, but you still want to make sure that even if something bad happens, that the blast radius is as small as possible. And that's what I suppose what this session is about. Welcome, Dimitrij, Klesev, and Andreas Zeissner from Wizz. Stage is yours, guys.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the introduction. So hello, everyone, and welcome to our talk. We are some DevOps or Kubernetes and cloud engineer guys from Wizz, and we will guide you today through how to change the security of our workloads when we run them in Kubernetes. So we will look into such things like Linux security modules, or as Reinhard introduced it before, about sec4dev, for example, and especially how you can automate all of this stuff using an operator, so which is a better way maybe in the future. So, and first, let's get into some introduction. So we will start with security context. The security context is somehow a specially dedicated place. If you define your deployment or pod specification right, you can put some options related to security, like with which user you would like to run your process within the container, with which group you may want to make the file system read-only, because many workloads do not even need to write anything to the file system, right? So, and even if you would need, you would somehow mount another volume just for this purpose. And of course, you can define a bit more fine-grained configuration parts like capabilities. So never run your pods as privileged. It's a very bad thing. And I think the most dangerous stuff can be eliminated by just not doing so. So just avoid running your stuff as privileged. So just think about the CNI stuff like Calico. It can run with proper capability set and not setting it to be privileged pod, right? So, and of course, you can even configure such stuff like kernel parameters on the runtime. Not everything is the same. Maybe you've noticed it already here. So there are some differences. You can look up more details about this stuff if you follow these links we include here. So, but of course, if you define the security context, which can be applied on the pod level or on a container for each individual container within the pod, right? You can even add more advanced stuff, like you can add Linux security modules configurations like SE Linux or AppArmor, or you could configure sec4dev, which is one of the most beneficial parts, I guess, and will protect you quite good for your workloads. Somehow the same idea if you even use a proper or more hardened runtime behind like gvisor, but you can do it with the default one using sec4dev. We will get to sec4dev in a few seconds actually. So, and yeah, that's the summary what we can do with the security context. If you look into this additional parts, additional features we can configure, you see that we can configure a sec4dev profile within the security context. We can apply SE Linux options, of course, if we have SE Linux enabled on our instances, right? And until now, I don't know when it will be moved actually to the security context, but the AppArmor definition or AppArmor profile has to be defined within the annotation section. So somewhere in the future, it may move to the security context section, I guess. So that's it about the security context. And now let's start with sec4dev. So what is sec4dev? Sec4dev is a feature which is available since a long time already, I would say. And like the Linux security modules, it was added about the 2.6 here. It's exactly 2.6.12. And with seccomp, you can simply restrict the system calls being made to the kernel from your workload, right? Because you do not interact with your disk directly, but you have the kernel in between, and the kernel will proceed all your requests actually. And for this case, you need some syscalls to make to the kernel actually. So that's it. And you can apply those profiles to your workloads in Kubernetes quite easily by just defining these profiles. So how a profile looks like, we have here sample JSON where we have, for example, a default action. You should of course never set stuff to something like logging or allowing everything. You should actually do a deny configuration on anything, and then explicitly allow everything you would like to allow or you need to allow. And here we would log everything, any syscall being made, and we would explicitly like to deny, for example, the memfd create system call. About this maybe more in detail in the demo section later. So, and well, why should we use seccomp? We still have this question, right? So if we follow the list privilege principle, why should your application need more permissions than it really requires? Or why should it be allowed to even be able to make a lot more system calls that it's really needs? So if you you never need to do a write system call, then you can just simply disallow it. It will only make the attacker quite happy if he gets into your fancy PHP application running in some containers, so he can exploit your environment if you do not harm anything. And of course, because Kubernetes natively supports all of this stuff, it's quite easy to apply. In the past, there was even issue with a system call which was exploited, and it was mitigated by just including or by just defining it as a prohibited system call within a system call definition, which is available by or applied by default if you use Docker, for example, or in Containerd, they apply it using code, but it's mostly the same. It's quite a big one, and yeah, it was just restricted, and that's the reason how it got mitigated actually. So how do we apply those seccomp profiles actually? So if we look into the deployment specification, we see that we have the security context section, and we simply provide a path or somehow a relative path to this JSON file I showed before. So some JSON files where you define all of your rules required, and this is a relative path which is known to kubelet. So there are some default paths configured when you have a kubelet daemon running, and then it will look up into the path structure and tries to find your JSON and tries to apply to your workloads actually. So, but that's about seccomp. So let's get to AppArmor. What is AppArmor? So, well, AppArmor is a Linux security module or kernel security module, which you can additionally use to harden your workloads, but about all of this stuff a while later. And AppArmor works by extending the DAC. So if you think about, you have different files on, if you have, for example, you touch a readme.txt file in a directory, then this readme file will have your user, your group associated with it. You have some default permissions, maybe like read write, who can read and write. So you can allow to the same group to write to this file and so on. But it's the DAC model, so discretionary access control, right? And with the mandatory access control, some kind of stuff from the military or gov area, where you can even control the information level, where you can say, okay, even if I have this group or my process have this group assigned, there are differences in information, and you would like to somehow configure the access scope on information So you can apply such modules like AppArmor or SE Linux, which we will talk about it in a few seconds actually. So, and for achieving that, you can, if you configure AppArmor, you have a special or AppArmor profile language where you define all of this stuff. We will see an example in the next slide. So why should we apply AppArmor? Well, it's quite easy to explain, I would say. The one thing is, if you would even more try to harden your workloads, actually, right? So you would even more configure all of this stuff, like who is able to write to which directory if you have multiple processes, but you are sharing the one single volume. So you would restrict them to interacting between each other, for example, somehow, because in a pod, you may have multiple containers running, right? So, and if you can't use SE Linux, you should use AppArmor if you have AppArmor available. It's from my personal point of view, SE Linux is a bit more advanced feature or option if you have it available on your instances, actually. So how do we apply AppArmor, or how do we configure AppArmor? Well, this is a simple example of a AppArmor profile where we say, okay, we have a profile, custom profile, and we place some rules within this section. So within these brackets, actually, where we put such things like any request to any device actually will be, so any read request to any device will be logged. And so you will somehow see this in your audit logs. And you could, for example, deny the write access to some sub tree of a directory, or you could deny the read access to a subtree, right? The issue, of course, with this policy here, you may have noticed it already, I could, or the process could still rename the directory, right? Then will this rule apply or still apply, or how this will behave, what will happen? So such things we are going in live sessions in our workshops, for example, if you are interested. So yeah, and how do we apply AppArmor? So AppArmor can be applied using this annotation stuff, as I mentioned before, as we talked about the security context. So we need to first define this AppArmor file, and then we need to use AppArmor parser to somehow load it into a policy database. So that AppArmor later on, if you run anything, it can actually look up if there are any rules prohibiting or denying, or which should deny something, right? So some parts of the workload tries to do. So, and actually that's it about AppArmor. So as you have, maybe done, or you have maybe some Red Hat systems, you are using some Red Hat systems, Red Hat based systems, or you have some experience already, you may know where SE Linux is from. So there was some kind of flash here. It's from famous security agency, which is which everyone should know. But it's quite a good and very powerful concept in a system which allows us to tighten the security perimeter in our environment even more. So you can control many levels of your information and tighten your security needs. I think to such a level where it is mostly impossible to get out of such an environment, or to hack it, so to exploit it. And SE Linux is quite a simple system, actually. It's a labeling system where you have subject, so like a process, and you have an object like files, and you would like, or this process would like to somehow access, read, write, delete this file, right? And before any system call can be made, it will act somehow as a middleware, security middleware within the kernel, where it simply goes to the database. So like you have to provide some profiles, like with AppArmor, and then the database is search for any rules which can be applied to this context actually here, because the same process may be run within different contexts, right? So as your user, you may start Firefox, for example, it's a process running or started from your user, but some systemd processes are from within a completely different context actually. So, and if there's a rule found which will allow this access actually, it will, yeah, be granted. So the file can be modified, read something what it should be done. But if there are no rules defined for this, it will be simply denied. And of course, you can put all of this stuff, or you can get all of this stuff from your audit logs, put it in your CM system. Your CISOs will be notified, and the fun begins actually, right? So why should we use SE Linux? SE Linux is, as I told before, quite a not heavy system, but quite a powerful system where you can get a really fine-grained security configuration in your environment, on your machines actually. And maybe you have used it before. Containers even appeared that popular right now. So it may be your ops guys may be quite familiar with SE Linux already. So of course there are some funny parts. So if you are working for this famous security agency, you may be required to use SE Linux because they somehow invented it. And of course, there are always some discussion within the internet, because if you enable SE Linux, so you may have seen many tutorials where the explanation tells you explicitly to first disable SE Linux on your instances, because otherwise you are not able to follow the tutorial, right? But it's actually not the way to harden security. So, and people always complaining about this, and there's a guy from, I think, X3 file system development or something like that. He wrote a funny comment, so you can follow this links if you like. So yeah, how do we apply SE Linux, or how do we use it in our environment actually? So first thing to know is how such a label or a context looks like. So we have this form of a label, or which forms the context actually, where we have 4 parts like user, role, type, and sensitivity level. So this one is actually used for different kinds of like public information, internal information, top secret information, and so on. And most parts will focus only on this type section here. Why? Because it somehow defines the type or a domain of the process running, accessing something else, some other object with another domain or another type, right? So we could see it here. If you start some SSHD daemon on your instance, you will have some kind of this context assigned, because SSHD will be started by systemd or by the system. And we may later on somehow, if you replace this one by another type, configure that it can access, for example, varlog t, right? So, and all of those system calls which are allowed to be made by the process, and that's it. And within the deployment, within the security context section, we can simply apply all of these rules or this context by just specifying all of those parts here. Of course, you would need to first load all of these rules into the policy database. So actually that's this kind of stuff, right? These are rules in the CIL format, as I remember. So, and then you can apply it somehow. You apply a set of rules as a module, so you load it into the SE Linux system. So, and actually, yeah, that's it about the SE Linux. And now we will get to the security profiles operator. What is the security profiles operator? So until now, we talked about seccomp, we talked about AppArmor, we talked about the SE Linux, and all of these things can be managed by using the security profiles operator. Even more, even airbag or pod security policies, which are already deprecated, so they got deprecated and will be replaced by these pod security standards. But I think it was, this picture was made before it was defined, that it will be replaced. So, and with the security profiles operator, you just, you install it, you will see it in a few seconds, and we will show you all of this stuff. And you can not manually configure every part of your system, but you have some kind, again, of YAML engineering where you put all of these stuff in a more appropriate YAML format, and you can paste all of those actions or all of these rules like we saw before within the JSON, for example, for the second profile, and you can apply it. And then it will be rolled out by the operator actually. And the same applies for the AppArmor profile. So you could, it looks more like a config map. I guess, because it's still work in progress. So it will be applied, loaded into the policy database, and the same applies for the SE Linux. And for seccomp, you may know it already if you use Kubernetes and you ever configured airbag context or airbags profile or airbag bindings actually. So you have some kind of a cluster role, you have a cluster role binding, for example, and the same you can do for the seccomp profiles now. And somewhere in the future, I guess, it will get to AppArmor profiles, SE Linux profiles, and even more. So you can use it like more similar to airbag configuration, right? So, and actually that's it. So I will hand over to Andy and have fun with the demos. Thank you.
So thank you, Dimi. Yeah, you see my terminal? Awesome. So I have here a simple Kubernetes cluster with one master node and one worker node. It is a CentOS machine or CentOS machines. And I have also installed Prometheus, a Prometheus stack, and also the security profiles operator. So and on this terminal, I am actually on a worker node, or on the one worker node which exists. And there I am in the audit log, in the log folder for the audit logs. And you see there is a log file, and usually you will find your security violations here. This is a place where they will pop up. For example, if syscalls are logged or so, you can find them here usually. And on this side, I'm just also on the worker node to show you some stuff. So the first thing to do is something that Dimi already explained. What we will do is we will harden the workload by using seccomp, but actually at the moment without using the security profiles operator yet. And if you see, or what we see here, we have I have here a simple Python container which is not doing anything, and you see that I have to write here something in the security context, and I have to write seccomp profile, and then I have to point to some directory profiles audit JSON, and this is actually here, and you see it is in the kubelet directory like Dimi already stated, and there I have also an audit JSON contains scmp act log. So on this side, I will just follow the audit log, and we will see we have here already some stuff inside. I will then apply this. You see now I have here already lots of system calls happening. At the moment, they are just locked, so nothing will happen. I can just investigate them and see them. And the security profiles operator, just to have a look forward, you see now here all the logs, and it is in one node. You have something here after installing it. You can configure this one, the daemon which is running behind it. And you can also say something like, please do me a log enrichment, which will basically gather these data together in your audit logs and then put them, for example, somewhere where you can read them in Prometheus. And there you have something like security profiles operator prefixed metrics, where you see also the metrics that were now somewhere triggered from this seccomp rule that we applied for this deployment. So what will happen here? We have here something, it is basically a short Go script which will just write you're hacked. And we will now execute in this container or in this pod. And I need some curl. And we will call a remote Python script, which also lives here, which is basically just putting this script that we saw into base64, and then afterwards calling this in your memory. So you're not even calling a script that you have locally on your file system, but you're calling something that you curled from outside into your system. And we will see we get lots of syscalls here running, and we also get something like, oh, you're hacked. And that's not good, because we don't want this to happen, because it's hard to avoid this, and this could happen all the time that someone executes something in memory. So the the way to go would be here something Dimi also showed you already, to apply something that would actually avoid this to happen, and this would have this could be done by avoiding that the memfd create system call can be triggered. I will now just redeploy this deployment, and we will switch out the current seccomp profile that is used, and just apply it. We already saw it happened something. This one is terminated already. This one came up. F9 bash, and we will again call our curl and see what happened. So you see now that this call was not executed. The syscall was blocked, and this is actually what we wanted here. And we did this by using a usual seccomp profile that we placed on the worker node. And you already see what's the problem here. You have to ensure that all of these profiles are on all of the nodes where you want to use them. And this is one problem that you have here. You can usually do this by Ansible or however you provision your machines in the beginning, and then just ensure that these things are there, but you have to. I will now show you how you will do this, or how you can handle this with the security profiles operator. In the security profiles operator, we have this kind of profile binding. Unfortunately, at the moment, not everything is already implemented. For example, the audit log enrichment is only working for seccomp and the UpArmor, and for C-Linux it's still a work in progress, but it's working pretty well for seccomp. So some parts are not yet implemented, but they are pushing this. And I will now do the same that we did before. We have here now a security profiles operator way on defining a seccomp profile. And this would look like this. So in the end, it's YAML, which will then be placed somewhere in JSON in a format that seccomp can use. And we also have something Dimi already talked about. This is this profile binding, where we then later on, can somehow specify on which containers or on which workload parts the seccomp rule should be applied. So let's apply the log file as YAML, and also our profile binding. And here on our worker node, we will see that we have already, from installing the operator, we have already a folder here, which will then place, or where we will find our so I didn't show you that it wasn't there before, but it wasn't. So this rule was not here before, and now the security profiles operator placed it here. And if I now look into my deployment I have here, you see that in the security context, I don't have to specify anything special for this for seccomp or so. I will just apply this now, and we will try to again to curl this script into our memory and see what happens. Okay. So, and as you see, the system call, this create memfd or memfd create, was blocked without specifying it in a specific way or so. And if we now look into the pod that was deployed, actually, too much sec. We see in the security context that we have here now the reference to this security profile here. Okay, so this is actually pretty cool to somehow give lots of, or a broader part of your workload, for example, based on an image. In this case, this is based on the image that is deployed, this Python image in the specific version to avoid the syscall for create memfd. Okay, I will just clean this up, and we will talk now about CE Linux. For CE Linux, we have here a deployment which will basically just it will just start an Ubuntu and it will then mount something from its host and will try to write to this directory. It is specifically the var directory, so the log, and in the end the log directory, where this container will later on try to write something. You see that the security context here, it's uncommented because at the moment, so it will not be applied here at the moment. I will deploy it also like this. At the moment, you cannot, or there are no profile bindings for CE Linux, so you have to, in this case, to somehow address it later on. But at first, I will deploy this container, and I will also show you that if I look on this is the control plane now, and I look into C status, you will see that CE Linux is actually enforcing. So it's not only permissive and not only logging anything, but it's actually blocking calls that are not allowed in the CE Linux context. So let's deploy this. Let's see. Container, oh, it already started, and see what happens in the logs. You see that we get here permission denied errors. So we actually are not allowed to do what the container wants to do. And what, let's see, we should also see some AVC messages. We have multiple audio logs here. Maybe we'll do it like this, and then grep -e AVC. These are the messages coming from SE Linux that you will find in your audit log later. And you see already, I scroll a bit out, that it is in one line. I hope you can see this, but you see that something is denying a write for something into something. You see here the source, what is writing, and then later on target context where it tries to write to. And you already see that here it says, for example, container T, and here we have something like warlock T. Let's look into the container that we have here. My app, and go to this directory. No, host warlock. You see, I get here already a permission denied, and if I look what is happening here, or what kind of security context I live in, I see I have here something called warlock T again. The folder warlock, or the log folder here, has this context. And actually, if I look in PS, what the PSRX, like this one, you see that we are actually running this process here in a container T context, but we try to access somehow this warlock T folder. And this is not allowed from the rules here. You usually get, if you install CE Linux, there are some kind of default container policies which are installed in the beginning, where also these, or when you install or when you configure CE Linux or CNI there, and then you get also this container T labels, and your container will run in this CE Linux context. So how to fix this? There are ways where you can use tools. For example, usually you will not, or if you write the application, you will provide them somehow because you know what your application should do. So you should explicitly define, okay, where should it be allowed to write and so on. And what you can also do is using tools like audits to allow. I will just generate a policy that we can then install in CE Linux, and that you see that you can easily fix this actually. We'll just call it container logs. And I will here also, oh, it was fast this time. I will also here again listen to the logs. You see we still have the permission denied problem here. And we now generated something called container logs pp, which looks like in the end, like this here, that it allows writing into this directory. I think we have to generate more than one rule at the moment here, because the CE Linux will then fall also in opening files and so on. You will see it in a moment. So it just takes some time. Sorry, it's.
And I guess they are about to few logs catched by the tail, so you maybe need to cut it.
Might be, yeah.
Or you use cut even? Yeah.
I used cut actually, yeah. Also on everything, I think.
It's too small for my eyes.
it might be that it's not yet the other C-Linux call because it didn't even access the log directory first. I hope that this one is not installed now. I will just. So maybe we can also, if anyone, or we can look into the questions already. So we have here a question: how do we find out which system calls we're using in our application in order to just seccomp config? I think we showed this actually. You can by looking into the audit log or by using the log enricher from the security profiles operator, and you can then also, as I showed you, you can then also put this into your Grafana. So C-Linux takes a bit to install it. Now we have this one installed. I will again look what ABC messages we get. We have now this app name, which is denied. That's a bit, maybe, how much time do we still have? Time left, or?
Andreas, could you increase the size of your terminal font a little bit, because we're having a hard time over here.
Yeah. A little bit much more, please. Oh, yes, that's better.
Even more.
Yeah, a bit more, please.
Yeah, but sometimes the logs are not. Even more?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Awesome.
Okay.
So here you see already that the C-Linux may be a bit cumbersome to configure.
We'll see later on with the security profiles operator, much easier. Also install this one here. I have to clean them up then also afterwards again. So
So we may skip, I guess, if it will take too much time to get all of those proper rules, because we have prepared this part with the operator. Maybe we should then stick to it.
So in the end, what you will see is that it gets here no permission denied log anymore. What I will do now, like Dimi said, but I will beforehand, I will remove what we now installed. And I will show you the C-Linux profile that we will use from the security profiles operator, which is basically, is it done already? No, give me a second, but it's basically inheriting from this container C-Linux policy, and it is allowing to this container C-Linux policy to write or to open things in the var-log t context. So I will now install this because this will also take some time. This one will now. Might be. Okay, now it's broken. I think I made some. Now it's like in a mismatched state because of doing things in parallel with the operator.
Yeah, I think it's.
Maybe we
can maybe skip it or remove. You can try to remove it, but if it will not work, as I mentioned before, a C-Linux, it's maybe not a joke that you need some more time to configure it properly. Actually, it will work, but yeah, you have to be patient.
I hope we can clean up now the profile. But maybe we go over already into the question part, because the C-Linux part is actually the last part. And then we can already answer questions next to it, and I try to fix it here.
Yeah. Okay. So we have tons of questions actually. So let's start with the first one, the most upvoted one. is, is it possible to apply the AppArmor config to particularly the application that I want to run inside of the Docker container?
So actually, you just define the AppArmor profile, as I've showed before, within the deployment section as an annotation, and then it's applied within the context. That you can apply an AppArmor profile into a single container. I do not remember that it's even supported because, well, it depends on the namespace where all this stuff runs. So for now, you can simply put it into the annotation section.
Okay. Then just from my side, I think it's very cool that you try to show something live. We know it sometimes just doesn't work. It's always like a little, the hassle, does it work or not? But I think it's very, very cool that you try to do and show us something live. To another question, it was, what the hell is fileless?
Well, fileless is a technique commonly used by malware, right? So some ransomware and so on we may be aware of already because of some news always happening. So if you have a read-only file system, you cannot simply place some binary, or you cannot simply create a file or anything, right? But for malware or any persistent stuff, or if you need some, I don't know, installation of rootkits or anything, you need somehow, somewhere, create some files somewhere. So, and to bypass read-only file system, you simply load binaries or a code into memory, then you create a virtual file descriptor, so pointing to the memory actually, and then you execute it. So like Andy presented it before, the Go code was simply compiled, and then it was put as a binary into the memory, and then it was executed by creating a file descriptor, and that's actually it. And mostly, I think your workloads will never need such kind of stuff, and you should really investigate what system calls your application need. I saw even a question how you can identify all the system calls. Yeah, there are a lot of tooling already, and this security profiles operator has some kind of a recording where it will simply go through all these audit logs, and then it can generate a profile for your application.
Yeah, so you answered that question on Slido already, and you mentioned eBPF as a technology in there. Can you quickly explain what that is, because that might be something new to some of our viewers?
eBPF is kind of JavaScript for Linux kernel. So from the funny part, if we start here, it's
it's promising.
So it's a kind of a virtual machine evaluating some kind of a subset of C code you can inject to runtime, so it gets validated, it gets even executed, and then you can somehow patch your kernel live. So previously you have loaded a lot of stuff using modules in your kernel, right? And now you can write some code part, and you could, for example, inspect your traffic getting in your system, and you can, for example, block packets or anything like this. If you ever use TCP-dump, there's an option, I don't remember if it's a -d flag or something like this. It will put you, or it will show you the BPF, not the eBPF, but the very old one style BPF assembly, which will be applied in the kernel with this eBPF engine actually. And that's it. So eBPF is a very promising direction, I guess. So you should definitely look into it. There's even some conferences and so on.
Yeah.
Now we have a question about AppArmor. When should I use AppArmor, and when seccomp? Are there somehow mutual exclusive?
AppArmor is a kind of it is a Linux security module. Seccomp simply reduces the space of system calls which can be made. So you could even replace system call by just installing another runtime like gvisor, which will be automatically somehow filter all of this stuff, on which Google thinks of it's a better approach for runtime. And you can use seccomp and AppArmor at once, because seccomp is not a Linux security module. So it simply reduces the system calls available to the application. AppArmor is a module which acts on objects. Actually, you are trying to somehow access, you try to modify and so on, mostly likely C Linux. But of course, multiple security modules may not be compatible, may be used together. So this
compatible. Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much, Andreas and Dimitrij. Awesome talk, and great you could show us something live. Thanks again for being part of this special meetup. And
thanks.
See you soon.
Thank you.
And we're going to the next session directly without a break. And our next special guest is who?
Tanya Janca.
Tanya Janca.
Tanya Janca. And totally respect from my side. It's 7 a.m. in the morning. I have no idea how you could do that. Tanya Janca, she's the founder of We Hack Purple. She was last year at the sec4dev with a talk and also in the women's session. Thank you for that. And I'm happy to have you back and you telling us something about building security champions. Hi,
Thank
Tanya.
you so. Hi. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, we're very happy. Oh, by the way, you should check out her book, Alice and Bob Learn Application Security. That's what I wanted to say before she starts. But now the stage is yours, Tanya. Thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Tanya. Thank you so much for coming to my presentation and for coming to an online event, because at first when we started doing all these online events, everyone was like, I don't know. But I feel like the sec4dev team did a really awesome job last year. And so far, this event is looking pretty awesome. So I want to talk about security champions and how we can build them up. And the reason why we do security champions programs is to scale our security. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about how can we scale not only our security team, but our security program. And there's many ways to do that, but the one I'm going to cover today is security champions. And what are they and how do we build them up? So how do we find a regular person and kind of like build them up, teach them, mentor them, find them, and turn them into our champions. So I built a recipe after doing this so many times and working with so many companies. So first we recruit them, which means finding. Then we engage them and we'll still find more champions at this point. And then what to teach them and how to teach them. And then we recognize and reward them over and over again because they are essentially doing part of our jobs for free. Like they don't get extra pay generally. And so we want to make sure that they know they're appreciated and that they feel appreciated. And most important of this entire recipe, do not stop. The biggest problem with Security Champions program is that people just stop partway through. So I'm Tanya and I've done lots of things and I could brag a lot about me, but hopefully you feel that I am qualified to give my own talk. So that's enough of that. So the problem that our whole industry is facing just is not enough security professionals, but I focus on the security of software. And so does this whole conference, which is why I really like it so much. But there's not enough application security professionals or people that know how to secure software and help software developers do that every single time, right? Like if we make 10 apps and one's really secure, that's great. But I would love it if all 10 were secure. And so that is why we need an application security program. That's why we need staff that know what they're doing. So because there's not enough people, we have to scale. We can't just work more hours or try harder. We're going to burn out. And so instead of doing that, let's figure out a way where we can scale ourselves as people. And this is something that, so I used to work at Microsoft and they would always talk about scaling all the time. They're like, Tanya, fly less, write more. Do things that can help thousands of people instead of hundreds of people. And so I kept thinking about that all the time. And that's part of why I wrote a book. And it's actually part of why I left Microsoft and decided to start my own company, even though my teammates were really great. There's a lot of really awesome humans that work there, but I was like, I'm going to go off on my own and start my own thing because I want to scale. And I feel like maybe I took the lesson too literally. So what is a security champion? So I'm going to give you a formal Wikipedia style definition, and then I'm going to give you the Tanya definition. So first, we can read it together because I'm going to put text on a screen, and that's what people do. They read it. So a security champion is a member of a team that takes on the responsibility of acting as the primary advocate for security within that team and acting as the first line of defense for security issues within that team. So that sounds good, but in Tanya language, it's the person who's super excited about security. They read the book, they fix the bug, they ask the question, they show up to every single lunch and learn you have. Every time this person is there, you want that person and you want to encourage that person and teach them things and build them up into a champion. So, okay, so again, I'm still not clear on what security champions are. Tanya, could you explain a bit more? Yeah. So they are your communicator. So they deliver security messages to each. So I'm going to talk about software development teams because we're at sec4dev, but you can actually do this with a marketing team or a sales team. Usually then I teach them a bit about security and a lot about privacy. And how to not accidentally spill sensitive data on the internet and what sensitive data is. But I'm going to talk just about software development teams in this session. And so basically they bring security messages to the dev team. They teach them, they share them, and they help. They are my point of contact or yours. So they deliver messages back from the security team, back from their team to the security team. So they keep us up to date. They tell us what is important, essentially, and things we should know. They're also our advocates. So they perform security work for their dev team, but with our help, so that the whole team isn't calling on us all the time, so that there are less calls and times that they need us specifically. But they also advocate for security. And what I mean by that is they are the one that will point out, hey, if we do it that way, we're kind of breaking the security policy. And remember, they told us they need us to do that because of blah. It is so much different when that sentence comes from the person that sits next to you, that's on your team, that you know very well, that you respect, who is your peer. When Tanya, the security lady who works in another building, who's on another team, who I hardly know, comes and tells me, they're like, Tanya, security policy, boring. But when the person who's on your team, who you trust every day is like, listen, we can't do that, you're going to listen a lot better. Every person does. It's just the way humans work. And so them advocating for security is even more powerful than any advocating we can do ourselves. So let's build champions. Let's follow this recipe. Let's be awesome. So we're going to break the recipe down one by one for the next, I guess we have a total of 30 minutes together. So let's do 27 more minutes of that. So let's recruit some people. So recruiting champions. I like this, big arm muscle. You can pretend that I have a giant arm muscle here. Okay, so the number one rule in finding security champions and recruiting them, do not volunteer them to be a champion. Don't demand they become a champion. I have seen this in so many places where, each team's told you must provide a security champion, and they're like, oh, okay. And then they'll have a team meeting and someone's late. They're like, you were late, you're the champion, haha, loser. And you're not getting the right person. You're not getting the person that's interested and passionate about this. And what we want to do for the best results is, whenever possible, we want to attract the right person instead of demanding or forcing someone to do this. So let's talk about and the second rule in recruiting, I forgot. So I have two gotchas for this section. Their boss needs to be on board. So ensure the manager is on board, and we'll give the champs time to do this work. You don't want to have them essentially working against what their manager is telling them, because guess what's going to happen? The person's going to feel conflicted. Their manager is going to be ticked off. So either you talk to their manager and make sure it's okay, or I mean, like, you talk to that manager's boss, see if you can get some approval there. But if their manager is just like, no, stop wasting time with that stupid security crap, like, you're not going to get good results. Even if that employee is super excited about security, really wants to be a champion, you've put them in a really tough place. So you need to solve this problem because it's not a fair place to put this person. Okay, so how do we recruit people? So I like to ask for volunteers. I literally will send an invitation, like an email invitation. It's like super cute. I'm like, hi, I've seen you at all of my lunch and learns, and you're always asking these awesome questions. And I'm starting a security champions program. And when I thought about who I wanted to be on the team, I immediately thought of you. And like, here's why I thought of you. And here's how I think you'll be great. And what the heck is a security champions program? It's, you know, this is what we're planning on doing. And like, this is how much time commitment we would need from you, like 2 hours a month, let's say, and this and that, and this is how it would work. And, you know, I already have upper management's approval. So like your boss theoretically shouldn't be upset with you. Like, do you want to talk? Are you interested? Can I lure you to the dark side of security? I also want to provide opportunities for them to reveal themselves. So I'm a huge fan of how, so you see me at a conference, and you're like, oh, she's pretty good at presenting. I am now, but I was not good at it when I started. And I remember thinking that I might literally die of stage fright. Turns out I didn't, and that's great. But I was so nervous and so shy when I started, and I found it terrifying, but I'm like, I'm doing it anyway. And it got easier and easier. And now I just totally love it, if I'm going to be honest. And so I like to do lunch and learns to try to help them reveal themselves, workshops, whole little smaller sessions with teams. And basically, there's usually this person that sticks out. They're asking lots of questions. They make tons of eye contact with you. They make comments, or they're like, oh, actually, there's this article on this that I thought was great. I'm like, that person? I'm going to take that person's name down. I'm going to send them an invitation because they seem awesome. So whatever opportunity you can give for them to reveal themselves. I also like to, it sounds silly, so I put a lot of important stuff, important to me, in my email signature. So I'm actually going on vacation starting tomorrow. And so in my signature, it says vacation alert, blah, blah, blah. But when I'm looking for champions, I put that in. I have this acquaintance named Lucas, and I got him to put it in. So I'm looking for security champions. Is that you? Ask me how. And that's it. That's all he added. And 4 people wrote him, and 2 of them became champions. So there's all sorts of different little ways. Like, for instance, if you can tell, if you have a list of every single training that every person took in your organization for the past few years, did any of your software developers take a security related training? And if so, that person just signaled, hello, I would probably be a great security champion. So let them reveal themselves and attract volunteers. So lunch and learns, people that ask questions. This is a thing for me, but basically try to use interesting titles. So I used to be really bad, and I would give, not bad, but I would give really super boring titles to my presentations. And I remember like submitting presentations, and people are like, no, 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 no. And it'd be the same abstract and the same talk, but the title was dull. And then I have this friend named Tiffany, and she's like, the title's so boring. She's like, make it this. So I did, and I immediately got accepted. So I started coming up with like bigger, more exciting titles. I started getting accepted to more conferences. And so this is the same for you. You're trying to get accepted by the software developers where you work. So if you can make a cool title. So an example would be securing modern applications. So that was a talk that I wrote. And people were like, lame, rejection, rejection, rejection from every conference. So I changed the title, did not change anything else. And I was like, purple is the new black. Securing modern applications, boom, accepted to like 20 conferences. So try to make it interesting if you can. And this is a thing I've struggled with, so I feel your pain. And I want to try to adopt the mantra of, it's my job to serve you. I work in AppStack. You're a software developer. You are my customer. My friend Ray taught me to say the customer part. That really helps. But I'm like, I'm here to serve you. I'm here to help you and everyone like you. So everyone building software at our organization, I'm here to help you do your job securely. And so I'm here to help. What do you need? And then people will reveal themselves with that, just because your tone has changed and the way you talk to them has changed. And suddenly people will talk to you more. And those are the people you want. Okay, so now we want to engage them. As we engage our champions, and I'm going to explain what I mean by that, we'll find more volunteers. So even if you only have 4 and you really wanted 8 or 10 champions, it's okay. Start engaging and you will continue to find the champions because people talk. So engage, okay, so definitions: occupy, attract, or involve. So I want to occupy and attract and involve software developers in security stuff. But I also want to do the opposite. I want to participate or become involved in what my champions are doing. What projects are they doing? Do they need help? What do they feel they're weak in? And how can I help them be not weak in that area? Are they concerned? Do they not have a good tool set? What can I do? So I am engaged by them, and I want to engage them with us. I hope that made sense. That came out clumsier than I intended. So to engage them, bring them on a security incident if you can. I got totally hooked on being an incident responder after going on one incident. Share appropriate secrets if you can. I have totally had people raise their right hand and promise not to tell what I am sharing with them, but you definitely always need to explain to them what need to know is if you tell them a serious secret. I let them see everything first. New tools, new policies, whatever cool stuff that I'm allowed to share that's coming, I always tell them and I ask their opinion. I create a cute little mailing list and I tell them stuff. I'm like, I listened to this podcast. It was so cool. It was about the language that we use. They gave me all these pointers. I thought you might like it. I meet with them once a month, every month. And I have a list of questions. And so I used to just ask all sorts of things. And then my friend Ray, so Ray writes the blog Hella Secure. I really like his blog. There's 2 guys, both of them are awesome that write that, Aaron and Ray. And so he wrote this blog post and he's like, I always ask the same 3 questions. What are you working on? What are you working on next? Do you need any help? And it's so simple. And those start such the best conversation every single time. What are you working on? Cool. And then I ask all these questions about it. And then I'm like, oh, maybe I can help by doing this or that. And you learn what they're doing. They feel like you're paying attention because you certainly are. And then you find ways to assist them so their thing is more secure. It's win-win. You need to brace yourself for bad news. Once champions start to trust you, they will tell you things. The things they tell you might make you upset. Like, oh, there's this team and they are rolling their own crypto. And you want to respond with, oh. But what I've learned to do is say, oh, that's probably not good. Do you think I could go talk to them about that? I am really bad at a poker face. All my expressions just come right out. And in normal life, it's good. But when they tell you bad news, try so hard to play it cool. I'm not good at that, but I'm learning all the time. If you can let them meet each other, that really helps because then they can ask each other sometimes instead of you. And I like to invite them to join security communities. So a cool thing that you could do is invite them to something like this. There's so much that they could learn at a sec4dev conference or at an OWASP meetup or at, I'm going to give you a bunch of free resources at the end, but invite them to participate in things you think are cool. And some of them will think it's cool also. Okay, so we want to teach them. What are we going to teach our champions? And so I learned this lesson from attending a lot of really bad training and then really good training. And also there's this awesome person named Brian Anderson who I had on my We Hack Purple podcast. And he said, only teach them what they need to know and nothing more. Go through all your slides after you're done. And it's like, do they need to know this? Or is this fluff that I just think is cool? And take all of that out and make your training shorter and more concise because people's time is money. And if you respect their time, they will feel more valued. And I'm like, well, that's really awesome. I'm writing that down, Brian. So I want to teach them what I need them to know, what I expect them to know, and what I want from them as champions. And so any policy that I expect them to like follow. I want them to know it like that. And so I'm going to teach it to them. I'm going to tell them, like, listen, we're going to have a lunch and learn every month. I expect you to attend most of them. I want to meet with you once every month, and I expect you to not miss more than 1 month a year. Like, we can move the appointment to whenever works for you, but I really need to check in with you. And I need you to tell me if you see something scary, stuff like that. You want to teach them secure coding if they write code, secure architecture if they are architecting things, your policies, tooling. Like, there's so many things that you want to teach them, but just be careful that you're only teaching them what they need to know. Don't waste their time. They won't feel respected. Okay, so recognize. How do we tell them they're awesome? So I feel it's important to recognize them. And by that, I mean, not give them money or stuff like that, but let their peers know, let their boss know, let them know that they are doing a good job. So we want them to know that we appreciate them and that they're not working really hard for 2 paychecks and everyone's taking them for granted. So this kitty, for instance, like all squished like this, it's like this. I mean, cats love being in confined spaces, but this picture really reminded me of the idea of just like someone feeling underappreciated. Okay, so how can we recognize them? We can create a certificate and put it on their wall. We can recognize them in front of their peers. So we could put a star on their name in whatever chat channel you use, or give them a special virtual background. It's really important you put a note in their performance review about how much they helped you. And the more specific and more detailed you can get, the more appreciated they will feel. Tell their boss every single time that they do something big. Like when that person told me about, oh yeah, that team's rolling their own crypto. Yeah, they were. It was a disaster. I helped fix it before it went into prod. And so I told that person's manager, like, this person told me about this and I would not have known without them. And they probably saved us from a security breach at some point. And I need to tell you, thank you. And that your team member is like, awesome, awesome, awesome. And send them an email to tell them that you've noticed and that they're great. That's really important. Okay, so the next one is rewarding them. So I want to reinforce good behavior instead of punishing bad behavior. I'm a big fan of that. That works very well on adults and children. But I guess like some people feel good when their boss says good job. I'm one of those. If I get some compliments, I'm like, yes. But some people, compliments are nice, but what makes them feel valued is a gift. And if you've ever read the book about love languages, it's just everyone's different and how they feel appreciated and how they show appreciation. And so some people need to be rewarded to know that you actually mean it. And so we want to get both types of people that want social recognition and people that want a thing, a gift, to know that they are valued. So do both. All the other love languages are totally inappropriate at work. Don't do that because the other ones are like touching. Don't touch them. You could get in trouble. So reward any good behavior that you can. So give them security related gifts like videos, books, training, access to CTFs, bring them to a conference. Giving them your time and attention is a reward. I remember when I figured out, so junior devs, so I was like the dev lead for a long time before I switched to security. So when someone would come to my desk, I would lock my computer, I would put things down and I would turn my body towards them. And like, I'd make sure I didn't have my phone. And then I would make eye contact and be like, hi, how can I help? And I would get such a better response because like, I don't know if you've gone to talk to someone and they're still typing. They're like, what do you want? That doesn't feel good. Help them with more than just security. So if you can connect them with someone else, if you're like, oh, I know they were talking about this thing, whatever you can do to be helpful, do it because that helps reward them. Let them see new tools first. Let them help you make decisions. Anything you can think of to make this person feel rewarded is good. And you should do it assuming you're not breaking any work policies. Okay, so the last one is the hardest one. Don't stop. So if you are in doubt, over communicate. So let's say it is December 1st and you're like, we don't have time to do a security presentation this month. And like, there are so many religious holidays in December, and I'm Canadian, so we have people from every religion in Canada. So usually like my teams are made up of like every rainbow of everyone you can think of when I'm teaching or working with a team in Canada, and that's awesome, right? But guess what? That means December, like this person's away 1 week, this person's away 2 weeks, this person's, and that's cool. So instead, send an email and say, listen, happy holidays to everyone. If you're, celebrating a religious holiday, awesome. I hope you have a great time. But this month, we're not going to have a thing. So instead, here's a podcast to listen to. Here's a book or an event or whatever it is to tide you over until January. In January, we will be doing this. Like, just don't ignore them for a month or two straight and then wonder why people aren't responding to you. So communicate regularly or your program will disappear. I am not kidding. So other things to do, consistency. If you can do one event every month, if that's your goal, actually do it. Don't do 5 events the first month, run out of steam and stop. Pace yourself. Even if it's just once a month to check in with them and you don't have any talks or events, that's okay. Some champions need a lot more time from you, and some will be a lot more helpful than others, but they all matter. If you have dropped your program, pick it back up as soon as you can. Because culture is like a practice. It's like yoga. So you can't, in November say, it's weird, I'm not very flexible, because I did that yoga class in January and like, I haven't stretched since, but like, all my muscles are tight now. Yoga sucks. It's a practice. You have to do it regularly if you want to be super flexible. And that is the same with any culture that you are building. You are building a culture of positive security, people that are interested, people that are passionate. You must continue to practice and reinforce that culture. It will fall apart so fast if you don't. I'm not kidding. So what recipe did we follow? We followed the whole thing. We deserve high fives. I love this image. I had a graphic designer make it for me. I'm like, I need 2 people high-fiving and looking happy. Can you make that for me? And she's like, yeah. So conclusion, what did we learn? So we learned how to attract the right people to your program, what to teach them, how to reach them. I did not make that rhyme on purpose, but it's good. How to engage them and turn them into our advocates. I skipped the what to delegate and what not to delegate because we're a bit tight on time. We talked about how to motivate them and how to make them feel appreciated. And basically, this is a plan of how to create a really, really good security champion program. So we followed the recipe, and this is all on my little blog on wehadpurple.com. I have like a series where I've gone through the whole thing. And sec4dev's recording this so you can see it again. If you're like, that was a lot of details, it's okay. Don't worry. We've got you. So now for some free resources with my 3 minutes that I have remaining. So I have a community online. It used to cost money. And one day I was like, let's just make it free. And so it's community.wehadpurple.com. And basically we have events every month. We have conversations and help each other solve work problems. We have a channel we just made 2 weeks ago called Humor, or maybe it was 1 week ago. And whenever I have some time, I go look there and then I giggle the whole time. We're a community of people that are really interested in securing software, and everyone's invited, and it's totally free. There's no upsell. It's just free. Awesome books. So I am biased. I think my book's great. And my mom agrees, even though she hasn't read the whole thing, but she did read some. So I think we can't do security right if we're not doing IT right. And I personally feel that DevOps is the way, that it's the future, or hopefully if you're lucky, it's your present. And so the DevOps handbook, the Phoenix Project, Accelerate, the Unicorn Project, I love all of those books. And then you should get my book too, just because. I have a podcast which I just rebooted for season 2. And the first person I had on was Adam Shostak. And I just interviewed Sharif Mansour, who was on the OWASP Global Board of Directors for the past 4 years. And he told us all about that. And we have so many cool, exciting interviews coming where people will teach me something about security. They're 15 to 20 minutes long and they're super fun. Resources, me. I have a blog and I have a newsletter and I tweet silly stuff a lot. I just tweeted a giant list of sci-fi books last night that I really love and was like, tell me what book I should read next. I do that every few months. But I hope that all of you, especially the wonderful organizers of this conference, spend your life doing strange things with weird people, because that's the best wish, in my opinion, that I could give anyone. Because to me, that is happiness. And I want to thank all of you so much for having me today. And if there's any questions, because we only have 1 minute left, and I totally get it, but you can tweet at me on Twitter. I'll answer you, or stay for the panel, please. That's next, and we could talk there. But I'd love to hear from you. And with that, I'm going to minimize my slides so that I can see what the organizers have to say to me, because they probably have something to say. So thank you so much. Oh, Thomas is saying we have 15 minutes, actually. We do? Oh, that's awesome. I was told I only had 30 minutes. So
perfect. And
Nice.
we got a lot of questions. So
That's true.
take the time, and we're gonna just start with the first question.
True, yeah. First of all, I just want to say I'm a huge fan. I love your talks because you're so passionate about your topics and you really feel it. And I really enjoyed this talk, especially a lot, because I think if you want to make change, especially also in security and in other aspects, culture and positivity and positive leadership, actually, like leadership may be a big broad, but to educate by example and to engage people, I think that's the biggest thing to do. I really appreciate your talk. Awesome. Okay, back to the questions. Sorry for that, actually.
No, thank you. Thank you.
How would you, what recommendation would you give to small-scale businesses to implement a security champion model?
So how small are we talking? Are we talking like 5 people, or are we talking 50 people?
When I take a small scale, would be between 20 and 50 employees.
Okay, so whenever you have an all-staff meeting, because you probably do occasionally have them if you have 20 to 50 people, have 5 minutes dedicated to things that you want them to know about, so specifically privacy and security. I mean, although I technically am not a privacy expert, I always mix the two. So privacy and security, I feel, really go hand in hand. And try to make sure you cover legal stuff like GDPR. So if you're talking to your entire team, that means marketing's there, sales are there, and they're the ones that could accidentally mess up GDPR and get you sued. So I talk a lot about that and about respecting the privacy of our customers. Like we're a small company. We had 5 people. We used to have 7. And we got a marketing consultant, and they're like, okay, cool. So if you could just give me all your customer data, I'm just going to feed it into Facebook. And then Facebook's going to, and I was like, but my staff knew. So I wasn't in the meeting. They told me about it later, and they're like, that would violate GDPR and our promise to our customers to respect their privacy. And the marketing consultant's like, oh, no, they won't know. It doesn't matter. And yeah, bye-bye, marketing consultant. But the point is that my staff knew. And we're just such a tiny team. And one of them caught a spearfish the other day that was meant for me, but it went out to her because she checks things for me. And she was like, I think this is phishing. I'm like, good job. And so whenever you have an all staff, try to teach them something. If you learn a new thing and you're like, gosh, that could apply to this team, teach them that thing, but try to make it really short. So for instance, let's say you have a monthly staff meeting. Tell them, or like you have like a monthly meeting with all your leads, like the manager of this team, the manager of that team. Talk with them and say like, listen, we've seen a lot of phishing coming in. If you could tell the employees to look for these 3 things, etc. So I feel, and especially like reinforcing things whenever you can. And whenever someone does a good job and they caught something, tell them how awesome they are and tell everyone else how awesome they are. So I told everyone at the company, Amanda caught a spearfish. That was amazing. And she's like, right? But she was proud. She did a good job. She totally could have clicked on that and done the thing. But she didn't, because she was totally into it. And so congratulating your employees and remembering how they saved you, because an employee can make a decision that brings your business pretty low. So yeah, I hope does that answer the question?
Yeah. So like continuous small pieces of information to always educate them and bring them further.
Yes. And include privacy. Even though like I'm a security person and I think security always comes first, it's very easy to put privacy into those conversations, and that will help you not get sued.
Yeah, that's pretty easy to get sued actually nowadays.
We're gonna get another question from someone who probably can check the recruiting part from the list before, or who wants to be recruited actually, is as a simple employee, how can I get a security champion myself? So how can they get a training, or like put your hands up, say, I want to be a champion?
Okay, so that is actually what I did. So I was working at Elections Canada, and I was leading the dev team, and we were making that software that like makes the election happen in Canada. So that was pretty important. But as like we're getting closer to the election, like our project was awesome. We have 4 years, right? So we're like, we are ready. And I was super interested in security. And I've been in charge of hiring the pen tester, hiring the person to do the code review exercise. And like I helped fix all those bugs or arrange to have those bugs fixed. And I was super excited. And so I kept reporting security issues to the security team. I was like, I found this on our network and I'm really concerned. Like, you know, can we do this? And they're like, thank you for reporting that. There's more secure ways you can report stuff to us. I was like, okay, tell me how, because I'm going to keep doing it. And I just kept reporting things to them and trying to be helpful. And I was like, just so you know, I planned this, blah, blah. And they're just like, oh my gosh, she's so keen. And then one day the manager of the team comes over and he like drags a chair into my cubicle and he's like, hi, Tanya. I'm like, hi, George. And he's like, so we just got headcount to hire another person for the security team. And I'm like, uh-huh. And he's like, do you want it to be you? Because I was just like so like excited and keen, and I just kept showing it to them. And I was like, so that's how I got my first full-time security gig, was just showing them over and over again. I was interested, trying to be helpful. I was like, I can help with that. Do you have a project? Do you need a dev? Blah, blah, blah. And then eventually they're just like, just come work on our team, Tanya. Oh my gosh. And then I ended up running the security, being the CISO for the entire election and running all the incidents, and everything was super cool. I didn't expect to get promoted right away, but I did.
Cool. Oh, my turn again.
Yes,
all right,
your
sorry.
turn.
I was just like, really think
next question is from your.
Yeah, that's true. How many percentage should security champion be developer, and how many percentage a security champion? Like how many percentage developer, how much percentage security champion? Like is there some kind of perfect mixture or?
So I wouldn't say it's a percentage. It's more like I need one person per team. So you know how, have you heard of the pizza box theory? How like you should be able to feed your whole dev team with one extra large pizza. Like and that's how, and if you need to order more than one extra large pizza, your team's too big. And I don't prescribe to that necessarily, especially like they don't know how much I can eat. I can eat a lot. And then I have to have a small team. But so let's imagine that you have 5 dev teams. I would want to have 5 champions. And if your dev teams have, just 3 people on it, or you have 20 people on it, it's just that I need to know what that team's doing and what they're working on. And just point blank, do they need help from me? Is there a security thing that they have to do? And they're like, we're not sure. Awesome. I will be there. But like, if you don't know, how can you help? Right? So one person per team is usually what I want.
Okay.
Like maybe just only short, because like like a few weeks ago, like not a few weeks, like a few months ago, like when the first, actually 1.5 years or 2 years ago at Gartner, the security champion model was actually published also as well. I think 2 years ago or 3 at the Gartner conference. I don't know.
Not that sure.
Whatever. And then I Googled like, okay, are there like trainings or whatsoever for security champions? And then I found one actually in Germany. It was like not quite complex. It was like, okay, you have like a 9-month study, and then you have this and that. But I'm totally with you on that every team is special. Every team has their own mission, own stack, probably maybe own engagement program on how to solve a problem and how to develop an app. So I think your approach would be, or is actually a good one, to try to engage them individually and try to find the champion for each team. So
Yeah, I feel like I've had a lot of companies reach out to me and they're like, do you have security champion like training? And I'm like, but I don't know your policies, right? So, I could teach them secure coding, or I could teach them how to build an AppSec program, or this or that, but I would have to make something custom for each company because each company has different things they need. Does that make sense? Yeah. And I like money. Do not get me wrong. I do like it. But sometimes like you really need the internal team. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll team up with the internal security team, and then I'll like quiz them about stuff. I'm like, what is your tool set? What is this? What is that? So I could teach what they do. Because when you come in and you're like the speaker or whatever, I personally consider it super important that you echo what the internal security team's been saying, because if you conflict with them, then you look dumb and they look dumb, and the devs are like, well, Tanya said we should do this, but you say we're not allowed doing that. So which one should we do? And then it's like, so I usually like try to ask all these things first. And like for security champion training, like the security team, they're the ones that know what they need their devs to know the best. Like they're the experts.
One last question before we start with the panel and can talk further there. How can we particularly make sure that Champion isn't just doing some security stuff in addition, so on top to their regular dev work, and thereby burn out?
Oh yeah.
You have some tips there?
Yeah, so I try to ask them if they're okay a lot. So I do that with my teams a lot. And so I consider the security champions sort of part of my team, if that makes sense. So I'll ask like, how's your workload? Do you have time to do this? Is that possible for you? So I ask directly, but then also I try to get upper management's approval of my program. So the first program I built was at Elections Canada, and it was super unofficial. And I honestly didn't even know what security champions programs were. I sort of built one by accident. I was just like, I need help. And I knew all the devs because I had been their dev until recently. And I was like, I need you to scan your apps with Zap, fix the highs and mediums, and then send it to me and I'll do a pen test. But if you're sending it to me and it's just like, I turn on my scanner and it lights up with many colors like a Christmas tree, that's no good. So I need you to send me something decent, please. So I taught every single person in all of Elections how to run Zap. But very quickly, each team just had one person. And we did have a manager that was like, my team doesn't have time for your crap. We're busy. And it's serious. We have deadlines, Tanya, and we are working towards them. And my team doesn't have time for you. So what I did was my manager at the time, who was very smart, and he had this idea, and I was like, your idea is bad, but his idea was really good, and he was right, I was wrong. I was like, we should not do this, no! He had to kind of drag me kicking and screaming, but we had a session with just that one team, and we told them about a big security incident we had, and we told them about the damage that it caused and how it hurt our fellow employees, and how embarrassing it was. And I was like, basically my name became a swear word with upper management. They'd be like, it was very scary, and we fixed everything, right? And it turned out okay. But I'm like, but that happened because one of our apps had a vulnerability in it. And it's because we'd never scanned it, because this is our first AppSec program. Like, this was years and years ago, right? I'm like, because we never had an AppSec program before, but I'm like, I can't do this without you. I literally can't. I will fail. And so I felt very embarrassed by sharing our dirty laundry, but it got buy-in. And at the end, the manager came up to me and he's like, Tanya, I had no idea how serious this was. We are behind you. This is never happening again on our watch. And then it was like, he was the best ever from that day forward. It was like Jill. And he was just like, security. And it was like, so good. So my old boss, Phil, was right. I was wrong. I was just like, no, we can't tell them we made a mistake. No, we have to pretend we're perfect. It turns out that's not true.
Thank you so much for all answering all these questions. You can stay. We're happy to have you on the panel as well. So let's start with the panel, all the participants or speakers, experts coming in. So now I have to.
Yeah, the guys are coming.
Everyone.
I will actually switch places with my colleague Michael. He's much smarter than me, so I think you will have much more fun with him. Tanya, thanks again for your talk. I loved it very much. It was awesome. And let's stay in contact, please. I'm a huge fan. And actually, take care. Bye.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. So the next 45 minutes, we're going to talk about climate versus weather. How do we sustainably make software more secure? And I'm happy to welcome here in around Tanya, still stayed, Tanya Janca from We Hack Purple. Then we have Erik Auer from with us, Philippe de Ryck. Then I'm going just through the list. Thomas Conrad, SBI Research, Evelyn from Sunflower, happy to have you here as well.
Hey.
And Magno Logan from Trend Micro, and Pascal, nice to have you back again. He is with Integrity. So all of us, we're going to talk about software and security, how to build more secure software, what problems do we have? And I want to welcome you to engage, so don't hesitate. I know it's very hard when you just see the others on the screen, you don't want to interrupt anyone, but feel free to add something if some comments or content is missing.
We'll try to moderate this situation.
Yes, we're gonna try to do that everyone has his place. And I think we just start with the first question, right?
Yeah, let's start. So the first question goes to all of you. So fight who we want to start. From your point of view, what's the number one obstacle on the way to higher quality software?
I can start because then get it over with. And
awesome, thanks.
Yeah, in most of the project I've worked on, you actually don't start with software quality. At least in my experience, you first start with building up a very fast POC or something like this for stakeholders, right? And I think the critical phase starts after this first phase. Then you want to build the application which or make it production ready. You want to build production ready state. You need to apply software quality. You need to apply also the same applies for the infrastructure part. Yeah, you also need to build up a proper infrastructure, and the production environment also need more secure and so on as the development environment. And as I know it, the classic factors which are in the opposite of the time you can spend for the project or for other stuff than features is deadlines and budgets. And I think these are the two factors. They are always for software security, also software security, infrastructure security, and all stuff that is behind good software or good software that runs in an environment. There's always these two factors. Yeah, is my experience.
I think I would have said almost the same thing. I think the difference, if you take an average software company that builds software, if you compared it how we are building houses, usually we have an architect who cares about safety, and they have regulations, and they have stuff they have to care about. If they want or not, they have to care about those things. They can't just take a brick and stack it above each other and see what it looks like, right? So in building houses and buildings, we know that we have to have an architect that cares about safety, we have regulations, we have standards, we have all those things. And it is normal to have that. So if brick would fall on our heads, everybody would say, look, don't you have standards and quality criteria, and don't you have all of that? But in software, no one asks this question usually. We're developers who want to start building. We want to start building features. We have bricks in our hands. We have our frameworks and libraries that are shiny and new, and we want to start stacking those bricks right away. So I think that's a little bit of a difference. And probably this is because software development itself is a pretty young discipline. We haven't been building software since thousands of years, but we have been building buildings since thousands of years, and I don't know, that might be part of the reason. I don't know.
Tanya,
Evelyn, do you want to go and then I'll go?
Yeah, sounds good. So I think an additional problem is that people have it in their heads that writing automated tests and doing clean code slows you down. So they think you could be faster if you skip them. And that's part of the underlying problem, because in the long run, they don't make you slower. They speed you up because you don't spend so much time bug fixing, and you don't spend so much time reading code that no one understands anymore.
Initial velocity versus sustained velocity, building secure and reliable systems. It's exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, I feel like one of the problems is education, and that if everyone learned in school, when they learned computer science, they learned you have to do a secure system development lifecycle. So like when you do requirements, there should be security requirements. Like they told us we had to do user acceptance testing in school, so we all do it, right? No one skips that, because then your users get the product and like, what is this crap? This is not what I asked for, right? And we do QA because we were told to do it. But we were never told. I don't know about you, but I went to school before the 2000s. So like in the 1990s, they did not teach that. And from what I understand, they're still not teaching at every or almost any schools a secure system development lifecycle. They just teach them. Lots of them are still teaching waterfall, right? No, but like we should teach it like it's a history lesson. For sure. But we should be teaching DevOps and Agile. We should not be teaching them that you do waterfall at work. We should be teaching them the pitfalls of waterfall and how 70% of all of the projects failed. And that's why we didn't do it. And so if we teach them like this is the way, then when students go work somewhere and they're like, but when am I going to do the security testing? I don't understand. When's the threat model? It like our culture can change. Like we can do it, but we have to work with the educational institutes. And unfortunately, I'm not in charge of all of them yet, but I do troll them online. Doing my part.
So about the education topic, I've read a couple of years ago that roughly every 5 years, the number of developers doubles. So there is half of all developers have less than 5 years of experience. So is it even possible to educate them all? Because we always have juniors and people with no experience. So how is it possible to still get them to write quality software and secure software?
Is that for me or anyone?
You started with the education topic, so.
I feel, so I realize that I run a training company, but I wish that I didn't have to anymore, because colleges and universities taught it for me. That would make me happy. It sounds really dumb, but ever since I've started security, all I ever do is try to put myself out of a job. Like when I do AppSec, I want to teach all the devs. So they're like, we don't need you anymore, Tanya. We got this. I'm like, yes, I win. Because I'm not worried any of the people on this panel are ever going to not be able to find work. Right. And so I wish that universities and colleges taught this. I wish that boot camps taught this. And like, as we change, I actually have been working for a few years now with the Canadian education, like one of the groups called ICTC, where I've been trying to audit what they teach high school students to try to include some privacy, to try to include basic security and like digital literacy, basically. And slowly things will change if we work together. But if universities and colleges are like, oh, you don't have a PhD, you suck, then it's hard for us to, because I don't even have a degree, I have a diploma. They're just like, you're garbage, you don't exist. So I feel like some things need to change within academia if we're going to modernize education and like keep up with industry.
So Philippe, as a trainer, what's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I'm thinking I want to challenge the educational idea a bit, because if you look at developers, I mean, what we expect from developers is pretty much impossible, right? A developer today has to be articulate in cloud technologies, in managing containers, in performance engineering, in security, in privacy, in usability, accessibility, all those things. And I'm wondering, as you're talking about this in the panel, actually, it's not like I have some deep thoughts on this, but if you look at other disciplines, nobody can do all of those things. Thomas mentioned building a house. Well, you're surprised the crap you see when people are building a house. But on the other hand, contractors have their specialty. You have one guy for the basement to make it watertight, and other people build the actual walls, and then somebody else does the roof, and so on and so on. And we don't expect, well, you have those people, but they're kind of the unicorns of the construction world, but we don't expect one person or one team to do it all. And Same thing in the medical profession. I mean, you don't expect one doctor to know it all. You have like a generalist and then specialists in each in their field, which takes like years and years of experience to get there. And maybe that's a solution for development as well, having multidisciplinary teams where everybody has their strengths, like security champions for security. And I'm sure there's other concepts for other specialties as well. So maybe that's a more important way forward.
I think Pascal, I wanted to add something, right?
Yeah, just to jump in here, like I'm always a big fan of kind of learning on the go. And speaking of maybe like patterns or practices that you can introduce, I was just thinking of like secure code reviews, right? Everybody is performing code reviews already, but if you introduce the security part to that whole concept, I feel like people who make mistakes, they will learn on the fly, because you're not forcing them at this point to learn about whatever, any sort of security vulnerability, but they make a mistake, they have it reviewed by a veteran, maybe one person who has 5, 6, 7 years of experience rather than only 2 years, and they see the lines of code where they made some mistakes, and it's not like a lesson they have to learn up front. It's like learning on the go. And I like that concept, because you may be doing it wrongly like once or twice, but if you constantly get that feedback, like feedback-based learning, you at one point start to realize, okay, now I actually know what's going on here, what is wrong, and you start to get better.
So maybe Magno, you're also a teacher, right? I would be interested in your opinion as well.
Sure thing. Yeah. So I agree on both sides with Tanya and Philippe here. Like, I think that we need to improve academia and how we teach developers, at least the mindset of security, right? So when I was in university, like, I didn't learn anything about secure coding, right? Like input validation or something like that. It was basically make this program work, and if it works, okay, you get your grade, right? That was our end goal. So yeah, creating that mindset is important. Of course, we don't expect developers to be experts in security, but having that mindset of thinking, okay, what happens if I don't validate this data and receive it and treat it improperly in my code? So what's going to happen? But I also think that, yeah, not just academia or like degrees is going to help. The organizations need to prepare, like what Pascal mentioned, like customized courses, right? So custom courses. When I develop a course, when I'm working with an organization, for example, I try to use examples from their own stack or previous vulnerabilities that they had before and show them, okay, this has happened in our organization. This has happened in our code base. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to focus on, right? So this customized training is important for like very specific issues, but creating the mindset, I think it starts on academia. So that's what I think.
Yeah, I think I want to add to what Philippe said. I think that it's not, no one can realistically expect every developer to be an expert in security. I think that's absolutely true, but they should know some of the basics. Like, let me compare this again to building a house. I mean, the average person who actually builds the house after they got the plans and from the architect, they will know some basics on safety. For example, that at this place we should have a safety door, or that rooms need to have a certain height minimum. So those, it's like knowing that input validation exists and that it's a very good generic countermeasure to lower the attack surface. But no one would expect anyone to know the nitty-gritty details about trusted types, for example, right? So I think it's a middle ground somewhere. We need to give them the basics, but they don't need to be experts necessarily.
Thank you. Tom, just a personal question. How hard is it for you to be an expert in that round and not the moderator?
I'm sorry. I know, I'm mixing roles here.
No, it's perfect. It's perfect. I just had to ask here in front of the camera.
I want to add one more thought, if it's okay. Sure. I also think that not just the education of developers should be changed, that also the education of actually already very young people, should be changed. Not that to tell them how to implement security in applications, but for example, you can teach how to or what data do you want to add to social media or something like this here, because you be aware of what someone could probably do with your data and so on. Because this is also, I think, if everyone has this in mind, then they also care about security, and also other people, that are not developing this application care about. And then probably in the first question there was the point of time and so on. Also from the stakeholders, they know, okay, we need to be careful with the data, because if someone gets the data, it could be dangerous. And so when the whole environment it's more aware about this stuff here, about security, or at least how important is security, then this would also help.
I think with the education question, we could fill the whole evening. So does someone have something to add? Otherwise, I would skip to the next.
Evelyn raised her hand.
Yes. So before founding Sunflower, I was working at Sophos, an IT security company, and they did a really good job in educating all the people who work there, not only the developers but also any person, how to deal with passwords and so on. And the training sessions were good for this basic understanding that you would like everyone to have. But what I found interesting, in addition, they did regular phishing mails that were sent to all the employees. And even though there was this basic training, trying out how many people still enter the password there and there was, on the one hand, a very good reminder for everyone who was in the training in the first place. And still then it helps getting even more cautious.
Yeah, we already also did some of these spear phishing simulations with customers, and it's really frightening how many people, after they got awareness training, still fell for the phishing mail and provided their passwords and so on. So education is a very important topic, but to push this maybe into a different direction. So one question that maybe suited for Eric and Evelyn. So maybe this idea that we need to have one person that can do everything and anything, maybe that's a business decision, because the management doesn't want to pay too many people. So has this something to do with management having no real idea about IT, and would a more IT awareness in the management would help that they finally realize that we need more specialization, so that people can really focus on one domain and do this job really well?
Who should start?
Yeah. Should I start? Okay. So in my perspective, I already mentioned that you should actually also in the very young age already be into IT. So in the educational system, it's left, and for sure a manager that has to do with IT at the moment or nowadays, in each company you have something with IT. So I think each person should have basics of IT, and a manager which is responsible for people who do IT should for sure know a lot of IT, or has a lot of a good base about IT, what is important there. So but I want to say so for sure there are negative examples, but I know many companies were very good examples, and there are managers that also have quite a good understanding of IT already.
I'm going to go
goes
next.
a bit into the right direction, I think, but whatever.
I like what Eric said. I also think part of it is that, so as we age, some of us continue to educate ourselves and some of us don't. And if organizations could help with that and teach managers what they want them to know. I also think that maybe this is like a pie in the sky dream that I have, and it'll never happen, but I can still hope that maybe one day the government will actually put some regulations or guidance or something. So in Canada, We actually, I think like last year, made a new governmental organization, cyber.gc.ca, and they're actually like helping citizens know about cyber threats and like how to defend themselves and what the heck phishing is. And they have a newsletter and they're like digitally teaching people. And that is A+ awesome. I'm so happy they're finally doing that, right? Because like people have been ransomwared and all this for years, and finally they're like, we should do something. I'm like, yes, you actually did it. So I would love it if the government would, or maybe our industry would, create some sort of like officialness. So you know how if you're an engineer, you get to wear the ring, and you wear the ring to remember how the bridge fell. And in Canada, I don't know if you know, but we've had a bunch of bridges fall recently in Quebec, like over the past few years, because apparently they don't need to use all the concrete. But anyway, the point is you can't really be an engineer unless you do this, this, and this. There's rules for building bridges. There's that, and that. And Quebec incidents aside, because there's mob stuff in Canada. Anyway, the point is that there's certain rules, and we don't have that really with software. You can just be like a crazy dev and just do whatever you want and make an app and just put it on the internet. And if we regulated it, and I know sometimes people are like, regulation's scary, that sounds bad, but I mean, buildings don't usually fall down anymore, and that's awesome. And in countries where they don't have the same regulations, buildings do fall down. And if we could just pretend that Quebec doesn't exist, we're doing pretty good, right? And I know I'm picking on Quebec, but I used to live there, and that's why I do that. But the point is that the regulation has made things safer, and maybe one day our industry could actually do that.
I want to add to this. I think when it comes to software security problems, say a data breach happens and lots of email address and personal data is out there on the internet. I think the difference to when a bridge falls down is that data being stolen doesn't hurt so much. It's not so tangible to people. If my email address is somewhere on a data breach list, I'd say, oh, once again, my email address was leaked somewhere, but it doesn't physically hurt me. It's like stealing 1 cent of every person in the world. And most of the people would just say, whatever, it's just 1 cent. It's not like one person is dying and that is in the newspaper and that has a huge impact on a limited group of people. And we can really feel that this is a bad thing. With data breaches, they happen. Most people don't notice that they happen. They might read something in a newspaper that, millions of data sets got lost yesterday. But everybody goes like, once again, but no one really cares sustainably about this because it hurts too little for an individual person.
Should it hurt more? Like, I agree with you.
No,
but
it shouldn't. But...
In 2020, 1% of the entire world's GDP went to cybercrime. Imagine having 1% of all of your wealth stolen, right? Because that's what happened essentially. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe because I'm in it, it's very obvious to me, but people that aren't in it, they don't see it. Sorry, but I agree with you, Tom.
Yeah.
Apparently, Quebec is a very dangerous place. Okay. So.
Yeah, just another question, maybe for starting with Philippe. Where should one start with security in a software product, infrastructure, application security, etc.? What would you recommend?
That's a really good question. To start from scratch, I don't know. Seriously. I would say, well, if it's a software product, yeah. Tanya is putting useful comments in the chat, so I'm totally going to steal that. Like, yeah, starts with requirements, absolutely. I work with developers on teaching them secure coding, so that process is a bit out of my depth. I'm not an expert on starting from scratch with a greenfield and adding security to that. I usually come in later when there's some complex problems that need solving and they need some help with that. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna refer to Tanya because she can talk about requirements and threat modeling and all of that, and I'll pick back in after that when we talk about making the code secure. So yeah.
Philippe, I know you know. You're a genius. I start with requirements, like right at the beginning, like the project kickoff meeting. I want to be there. I'm like, hi, I'm your security nerd. I will be here the whole year. If you need me, I'm here for you. And P.S., here's some requirements I want to add. But let's hear everyone's opinion, because I'm that person that will talk the whole panel. I'm the worst. So who wants to add to that? Like, where else could we start, or what other good places are there to start?
I'm personally a big fan of attack trees, because I think they pretty easily visualize what can go wrong, right? If you start from the impact and then walk back up to the top and see how this is originating, like where this is coming from, it makes it super simple and clear to the whole team, setting up the requirements to understand what can go wrong. And if you have that in place as part of your requirement analysis, it's a big win for the entire team, and it's definitely making the product more secure, in my opinion.
Magno.
Yeah, I agree. I think that threat modeling is a process that we still haven't explored enough. There's still a lot to learn, and it's one of the processes that haven't been properly automated yet. So there's a lot of space there to understand. Like, to do the threat modeling, you need excuse me, like an architecture diagram or a data flow diagram. And if you don't have that, then you're going to create that to do the threat modeling. So that helps understand how the application is going to work, how data is stored, who has access to what. So I think threat modeling is a big one to start with when you're doing security.
Maybe like one thought to add to that, I see or saw in the past, I'm actually not working with threat modeling anymore, but like most people are still going the Stride way, and the infamous Microsoft Stride tool to do threat modeling and all that stuff. But I've seen a lot of issues with that in terms of scaling, and I feel like this concept of threat modeling is one that can be pushed, or needs to be pushed, like way more. We need to be more creative. We need to make this more fun, and we need to come up with new tools and designs and ways and how to include developers and people outside of the security team in that process, because you cannot run a threat model for every single little whatever you build in your company with 700 to 1,000 developers. This needs to be more fun, more creative, and easier to understand for everyone.
Yeah, there's always this air of mystery around threat modeling, and people have a hard time getting started with this topic because they say, let's do a threat model. Okay, I have a piece of paper and I have a pen. What am I going to do now? It's easier to explain to someone, look, this is we have to write this line of code in order to achieve that. But the threat model, it requires abstract thinking about the concept of your software, and it's very hard to get started for people. This is what I see and what I feel and what I hear. I think you mentioned attack trees. I think attack trees are one of the more intuitive ways to get to something. Let's say, for example, how can this data be stolen? Well, you start with the impact, and then you think about how this could happen. You go the way up. This is more intuitive. And I think this is a great way to get started because it's less cluttered with unnecessary stuff.
I love
hardware. Yeah,
I love them.
Can I jump in here? Do you have a good source for attack trees? Because they need to be built by someone who actually has a lot of expertise in how things can go wrong, and that's one of the main challenges I often find is where to get those attack trees if you have no starting points. Is there like a project of, like an OWASP project or something?
I don't know of any resource with ready-made attack trees. No, unfortunately, I don't.
I only know a tool that helps designing them, but I mean the knowledge is usually coming from the security guys, but like not really a source. Sorry.
I have some in my book, Alice and Boblin Application Security, some in there. I also put like abuse user stories and all sorts of other stuff because people are like, well, that's nice, Tanya, but could you show me one? And I was like, oh, these are hard. Honestly, when I do threat modeling, so I've had quite a few people pick me apart for it, but I do a really simple process where I invite a business person, I invite one of the devs, and then I don't tell them I'm threat modeling. I tell them I want to talk about their design. And I'm like, okay, so can you like just roughly draw this on this whiteboard for me? I'm like, okay, so you have a database here, you have this there. And then I'm like, oh, are you like doing authentication authorization between, you can't see my hand, between these two places? Oh, how's this work there? And I just kind of ask questions. And then I'm like, and I don't know if you've seen like the new paper from Adam Shostak, the dude that sort of invented Stride, but he has actually backed off of like doing the big complicated thing. He's like, you can actually do it way faster if you just ask, what are we working on? What could go wrong? What are we doing about that? And then he added, did we do a good job? Because apparently people would just be like, let's do nothing. And he's like,
I love the idea of not telling someone that we're doing a threat model, because that scares people away. It's like when you mention the word development process. Mention the word process and developers will run away.
Yeah, and then just take a picture of the whiteboard after, right? And then you have a diagram, because usually I'm like, oh, can I have a diagram? And they're just like, we don't have one of those, right? I'm like, I'll make it. Just give me an hour, and I just like write out the stuff. And then at the end, I'm like, okay, so there's 3 things that scare me. Can we fix those 3 things? And then usually I only get 1 or 2, to be honest. But I try.
Tanya, maybe can you share the link afterwards with us with about the paper? Then we can share with all the.
Oh yeah, I'll go find it. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So we talked about building up knowledge, training people, get more knowledge about the tools and software that we use in the company. But something that hasn't been mentioned yet is everyone is talking about we need to try to automate everything and integrate scanners and tools can solve all of our problems. So how much can tooling really help with improving the security? And maybe Evelyn wants to start with this question.
Evelyn, tell us about your awesome tool you made.
Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, I was muted. So I think you can do quite a lot with tooling, like introducing linters into your CI that check for coding conventions and having like the standard static analysis tools. The important thing here is I think that they really should be enforced and not be left to the developers to decide if they want to include them or not. And then there are, of course, writing automated tests. So you can really ensure that what you coded actually works and keeps working. And yeah, the third point, like Tanya mentioned, is the tool we are developing at Simflower, which writes and maintains unit tests for you to find corner cases that you might have overlooked because usually you can't think of all the options.
If I can jump in on tooling here, I think tooling is going to be essential moving forward. There's so much code, so many issues, and it's simply impossible to do everything by hand. And some processes haven't been automated yet, so maybe we'll get some better tooling to make it easier for us to do that in the future. But what I really notice is that a lot of tools kind of get in the way because of the way we build applications. And there's a lot of patterns in software, like coding patterns, that are dangerous, that are potentially insecure, but they're fine because we do it in a specific way. But a tool doesn't really pick up on that. So sometimes it works well with static analysis, but some tools, they can't learn about the safe ways and the unsafe ways. And so they just generate a bunch of noise like, hey, you're doing this and that's potentially unsafe. And you have to go look at that like, no, that's fine. And what I've been teaching lately and working on is helping developers write code by abstracting away dangerous features in libraries and hiding them basically from the main application. So you can actually teach the tool like, hey, I know this is insecure, but we only do it in this one place, and we have checked that this is the right way to do things, and we never ever use it again. So you can shut up about that one instance. So pretend it doesn't exist. We've checked that, and nobody will touch that. And everywhere else in the application, you just use the more secure pattern that relies on that library that you've just built. And all of a sudden, the tool, like a static analysis tool, stops making noise. And you can actually focus on the actual results that matter, because the moment it pops up again, like, hey, you have this potentially insecure problem, you know that that's a potential problem, and you have to look at that. And I think that's going to be a major thing moving forward, like helping developers work in such a way or work together with tools instead of creating friction, like creating that harmony that a developer can do their work and the tool will support them in their work. And that's going to make things hopefully much better in the future.
I think that if you look at OWASP sum, it makes a really good point when you look at that test automation part, because it distinguishes between a scalable baseline and deep understanding. And I think that's the whole point. People have huge expectations on what the tools can do, but they cannot fulfill it. We chatted with a tool vendor, a SaaS vendor. They claim on their website they can cover the OWASP top 10, which is bullshit, and they know it because there are things in there that are just distributed over the whole stack, missing logging and monitoring. I mean, monitoring is far away from the code. So it can't be covered 100%, maybe specific aspects, but not all of it. But there are things that can be well found by SaaS tools, such as an injection attack or cross-site scripting. These are really scalable, so we can focus on those vulnerability classes that can be found reliably by a SaaS tool, scale that out everywhere, and then have other processes like threat modeling, for example, that requires deep understanding of your architecture. We need a combination of this. We cannot just say, let's throw huge amounts of money at a tool vendor and they're going to find all the problems because they claim they do. Even, by the way, they do it because all the others do it, and they don't want to be the only ones not claiming that they cover the OWASP top 10. They know it's bullshit, and all of them know that. And I think this distinction between scalable baseline and deep understanding is very valuable as an approach altogether.
So all of them should be more honest and don't sell something which they can't really cover, right?
I want to quickly bring something in because I feel like all the tools that you folks have been discussing here is like blue team tools, right? And I'm personally more the red teamer. So I'm saying don't just focus on blue team tools. I mean, I like a good static or dynamic code analysis tool, which in my opinion is a blue team tool. But there's so many red team tools out there that are used by penetration testers or bug bounty hunters that find a lot of vulnerabilities. And why not using those as well? I mean, at the point where you as the security team or like the dev team start using those tools by red teamers, although they might not be as well known, but you can look into them. They become blue team tools, and you find vulnerabilities that usually just the bad people find, and make use of all of that. Don't just always think blue team, also think red team, and make use of those tools, even if you're not a red teamer / penetration tester, whatever you want to call them.
I think these terms need an explanation. Evelyn is making a good point. Tanya, you're a purple teamer. Tell us.
So blue team means defensive tools. Red team means attacking tools like testing. Basically, like, does it fail properly and safely? Does it fail when it should not be failing, etc.? So sort of like attacking aggressive offensive tools are red team, while defensive tools are blue team. I have to say, so I love tools. I love tools. I want to try every tool. I'm that person. But I feel like as we're trying to move faster and we're trying to help devs do their jobs, I've started looking more at, so what security posture do you want to reach versus what tools we should use? So for instance, there's some places where they need their stuff to be perfect. So if you're making a thing that goes inside someone's heart, that needs to be perfect. There cannot be any flaws in that. That must be perfect. Also, because it's not like you can do a firmware update whenever you want. It's inside someone's body. But if I'm making like a website, and let's say it makes like application security training, it's like, oh, it would suck if it was down for a few minutes, but no one's going to die. People are just like, Tanya's website's buggy. So I don't have the same level of security assurance that I need. So then I've started changing what tools I suggest. So like you can find a really cool SaaS tool that's amazing that will find every single thing, but it'll find tons of fake things. And then I can't put it in my pipeline because it runs for like 18 hours and it has like 200 false positives. So instead it's like, let's find a SaaS tool that will tell me 20 things. And those 20 things are all serious things. And it finds all the criticals and highs, but it's missing some mediums and lows. And maybe I don't actually care. And I know I've had a lot of security people get all up in my face about it. And I'm like, we don't need to be perfect all the time. What if we just made our organizations really good so that like a script kiddie, they try and they're like, oh, it's too hard. I'll go bug someone else. Like we're not all defending against advanced nation states or hacktivists, etc. Most of us are just defending against dummies on the internet that have something to prove, right? And I want to defend against those for everyone, but only some of us need to be up here, if that makes sense. And so anyway, that's my comment. I was going to try to but you have other things to share. But Evelyn, you built a really cool thing. Can you tell us about unit tests? Because you seem like the expert on unit tests and doing security unit tests. Is it okay? I know I'm probably not supposed to call her out, but can you tell us a little bit about why we would want to do security unit tests? It's so cool what she does.
It is.
So we are providing a product that does source code analysis to automatically figure out which input values you need to use to get high code coverage on your functions. And we deliberately look for like overflows, divisions by zero, index out of bound excesses. But you don't have the problem of false positives because you have for every found issue the unit test that you can actually execute and debug and check if the overflow is actually there or it wouldn't be reported otherwise.
That sounds really cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A comment from Slido to the tool question is a comment like sometimes there's I have to find. So sorry, I have to find it. It's gone. Yeah, it was something like if you're not interested in security and then you use tools for checking security, you some kind of feel that you're protected, but you're actually not because you don't actually care about it. But use some tools and you say now or you feel more secure, but you're actually not. That was a comment from Slido, but I sadly couldn't find it anymore. I'm so sorry. So we are nearly done. We have 5 minutes left, and I wanted you to start the last round. Like I always do this, also in my projects, do this. If we have a wish free, or if you have a magic wand, what would you change, or which element, which point, which item would you change in the software development? How it's done, or how would you like that it's done? What would be your wish that software look like, or the development lifecycle should look like?
This question goes to everyone, and
yes.
Hopefully everyone could add something to it.
I would say we just start in the left, right, upper corner. So Tanya, and then we move down. What would you change? What would you wish for?
I would wish that there was one security activity per phase of the system development lifecycle, and that it wasn't complete unless you did at least one security thing. So that's my wish.
Sounds feasible, actually.
Evelyn.
So I guess mine is really a magic one thing, because I guess we will never be able to do it. I'd love to remove all options for communication issues, like not only for requirements, but also between teammates and management, because I think those issues are most of the time the most cost intensive to clean up again.
Magno.
Sure. I would probably try to reduce or eliminate the number of libraries and dependencies required to run modern applications. So reducing that would greatly reduce the attack surface. And yeah, that's what I would do.
Fully agree. Philippe.
All right. If it's like a magic wand thing, then I can say anything I want, right? So I would say I want a perfect body of knowledge on security. Like, instead of just having to dig to layers and layers of advice and trying to see if something makes sense and compile my own guidelines, I would wish there was just like a perfect body of knowledge. You could go there like, okay, I have this situation, that's the solution, this and this, done. And if everybody would have access to that would be awesome, right? That would make things so clear and so useful moving forward, and you can actually make useful decisions. So yeah.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to Security. Yeah. Tom?
If I would change one thing with a magic wand, I would, as a colleague of us put it, Alexander Schatten, he says, every company is a software company, whether they realize it or not. I would want companies to realize that they depend on software, because many don't realize that. And at the end of the day, it often boils down to a resources problem, and software and quality don't get enough resources because management often doesn't think it's really important to put more quality into software. So companies realizing that they are software companies.
Pascal?
Is it my turn? Also, like more of a magic wand one, I guess, but fully functioning SaaS IDE integrations that do not yield too many false positives. If that makes sense, because if that will work out, people would actually start using them. But if you get 1 million false positive entries, of course, you're going to hate that tool. But if that would work, that would be freaking amazing.
And Eric.
Okay. Yeah. So my point is not directly technical related, but it has a very it's often has a very high impact to technical decisions. It's the politics part. Yeah. So when I could remove politics from companies that push something into a wrong technical decision, then this would be my wish for the magic wand.
Your wish. Magno had a second wish. We can share it with you. He would like to have Stack Overflow for security. That would be nice.
But there is already a Stack Overflow for security.
Yeah. I was just referring to what Philippe mentioned, like the body of knowledge for security. Yeah.
Oh man, you don't want to open that can of worms. When I talk about topics, I often find like Stack Overflow posts that get it absolutely wrong, to show people like it's that easy to make a mistake, because we all do it, right? I mean, I do the same thing when I build an application and I don't know something development-wise. I go to Stack Overflow and I try to figure out like, yeah, this looks pretty legit. But I had an example from a JSONP endpoint, like this is really dangerous. And it took me 2 minutes of Googling a PHP script from Stack Overflow that does exactly the wrong thing. Bam.
Yeah.
And there we go. So when I mean perfect body of knowledge, I mean absolutely no mistakes, no room for interpretation. Like this is the exact thing you need to do to solve this specific problem. And everybody agrees on that. It's like, I don't know, the holy document the holy document of the security community.
And everyone agrees on it.
Yeah.
That's the magic part, Philippe.
And every time you find something interesting, the question gets immediately closed for duplication. So, yeah.
Because Tom is not standing right next to me and telling me that we nearly ran out of time, or we kind of over already, I used that chance to have a last question. I just would like to know what all of you like and love about your job, being in security, working in security, because I guess we have some couple of people watching who not that deep into security yet, but I just want to know what do you love about it?
Or do you hate it?
Could also be love.
I love that I feel like the work I do is performing good. Does that make sense? You know how, we all like, how'd you do on the test? I did well, but Superman performs good. I feel like the work we do is performing good. I feel like we're improving the world and we're protecting people. I feel like our work's really noble.
Thank you. Evelyn, just going the way through again.
I guess I also enjoy working on a tool that makes software development better and safer, and that's like quite fulfilling.
I feel you.
Sure. Yeah, for me, it's just making the world safer, whether it's protecting organizations or working with developers to write better code and assessing their applications. I think that's what's the most impactful for me.
Philippe?
Yeah, you guys are so altruistic. It's It's like, oh, I love making the world better. What I like personally, to be honest, is I like how there's always something new to learn. I mean, I am a security expert, and every week or every time I explain something, I realize something new, and it's like, oh, we can do things this way, and you keep progressing and learning new things and look at things in a different way. And yeah, to me, that's the most challenging and fun part.
True. Tom?
Yeah, my answer is similar, and what I like most is that when I consult software developers on security, it's never a one-way street. It always goes back as well. So most of the time, I'll learn from the great solutions they have. When I see a piece of software, it's not always completely crappy. There are elegant security solutions in there to common problems, and I see it and I say, "Wow, this is really cool. I'm going to take that with me, and I'm going to suggest that to the next team I'm talking to." And this is what this circle. This ongoing circle is something I love very much.
Pascal?
Yeah, I love, and maybe I gotta say what I'm doing, but I'm working with 40,000 security researchers, being the basically the enabler for a Bug Bunny platform. And I just love talking to all those people. I'm actually not talking to non-security folks anymore, but being together with 40,000 security experts is just amazing on a daily basis. I really love that.
Sounds cool. Eric, last one.
For me, generally, it's always I love to improve IT, to build up something into IT, and fulfill some requirements that really matters. And security is for me one important tool or part what you need to implement or need to handle in software development, in infrastructure, in IT, when you want to build great stuff. Yeah. This is it.
Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for being here at not 7 anymore, but still quite early. Thank you so much. Some of you we will see in September at the bootcamp and conference. And now we're gonna start with the raffle.
Thank you, everybody. I enjoyed the discussion very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. Bye.
So now we start the raffle. I just have to share my slide somehow. Thank you. So let's start with the first double tickets. I have to start a random number generator and then look up the number 245 in my Excel. 245. Nils Schneider-Sturm, he is getting the first. I just have to sign it here. The first 2 tickets. Then the second 2 tickets, we generate the next 2. I'm just gonna the next 2. So 158. Tom, you can read the next one.
The winner 158 is Thomas.
Yeah.
Some UTF-8 fucked up characters. Gassner or Thomas Ga, some character Na. Yeah, wins 2 We Are Developers World Congress tickets. Congratulations.
So the first sec4dev conference tickets
goes to, and the ticket goes to
number 71. Someone of you has to read it because I'm going to do it.
Hiren Ganatra or Hiren Ganatra. Save the date already.
Perfect. Yeah, and saving in between.
Please write us an email.
So next one, 237. Going down again in the list.
Another sec4dev conference.
Oh, sorry,
ticket.
yeah. Of course. So it was that one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Probiere. Congratulations, whoever that is. See you. Probiere Testung.
And the third sec4dev ticket goes to 90. Sub here.
That's you read it out.
Melin Niska.
Congratulations! See you at September.
So what do we have up next? The first headphone.
So noise cancelling headphones by Bose. They are the NC 700. Really good pair of headphones. The ones I was just wearing at the panel. And the first pair goes to Charles Liang. Congratulations! Another pair of Bose headphones, we have 3 of them, goes to
107.
That's meetup_user.
Okay.
I hope you remember that nickname.
Sort of.
And yeah, now the third pair of Bose headphones, Bose noise cancelling 700 goes to 62, which is Gabriel K.
What do we have up next?
Raspberry Pi. By the way, it's not just a Raspberry Pi as it's here on the image. It's a whole Raspberry Pi kit. So it includes a case. It includes a electricity adapter. It includes an SD card. It includes lots of other things. First one is Christoph Berger. It's going to be sent directly to you folks. You give us your address and we're going to order it and send it to you. Second Raspberry Pi kit goes to Bernhard Knasmüller. I know that one. Congratulations, Bernhard.
Always going the wrong direction.
Third one. Number 13, lucky number. That's Amir SH, whatever that surname is. Amir SH.
And
third Raspberry Pi. And that last one is powered by Wizards. They buy us a Wi-Fi Pineapple, a Wi-Fi hacking tool, and that one goes to G, and then another UTF character we cannot read. We will find out who you are. We all wrote it down.
Encoding is hard.
Encoding is hard. Yes. If you recognize your name, please also contact us, info@sec4dev.io. But we will also contact you if we don't get an email by you. So don't worry, you're going to get your thing.
So.
Okay. Let's repeat that to-do list, right?
Yeah, I just have to move somewhere.
Sec4dev, September 6 to 9, 2022. That's the real thing. That's the physical thing. We're going to meet each other. We're going to greet each other. We're going to hug each other. We're going to kiss each other. Maybe.
Okay.
And so save the date. That's really important. Now you know whether or not you won a ticket. If you did win a ticket, you can get your early bird ticket now. That's valid for the next few weeks. And in the meantime, we're going to have a few meetups with security-related topics. And that is there to foster the community of security people, of developers, and make sure to join if you didn't do so yet.
And if you want to speak at Sec4dev,
oh yeah,
the proposal phase is still going on until the end of June.
Yes. So if you have a good talk in the pipeline, submit it to Sec4dev. That's it for today.
Yes,
so
now we switch.
Yeah.
So we can see each other. We don't only speak to the camera.
Yeah.
So
in a minute or so, we're going to hop into the Zoom call. We have a Zoom chat, so then everybody can turn on their camera and microphone, everybody who wants to do that. You can either scan the code that's here on the screen, or you can enter tinyurl.com/sec4dev-chat. So that's the link shortener that will bring you to the Zoom call. So thanks, everybody, for being part of this special meetup. It was a pleasure for us to speak to this camera here all day.
Seeing our colleagues behind that, but not you, all the participants who are watching at home, at work, also sitting in front of the screen. But as you saw, we're very excited. Tom is very excited to see people live again.
Yeah.
And
yeah, thanks also to our partners with us.
Yes.
And to our partners, we are developers who did the behind the scenes thing. Can you come over?
Oh yeah, come here.
Yeah, here it is. It's Gary and
It's
Vince.
gonna be-
They are our heroes. They are.
So you just
It's
see
the
them
I
outside.
have a stream.
Hey!
I have a stream. Against those people. Yeah.
Yay!
Thank you. See you in the Zoom call.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye. Welcome, software developers. Do you want security, privacy, and reliability to be an essential part of your product? Then sec4dev is the place to be, no matter if you are a beginner or an expert.
We bring world-class experts and practitioners on stage to share their knowledge and experience. Sec4dev is a fast-growing community that is made for the makers and includes all year meetups plus a conference with talks and workshops once a year.
At sec4dev, we focus on software security contents that are ready for you to take away and apply to your daily work in software development. Two of the old classics in software security are application security and secure identity, where we cover the newest security trends and practices. But security is not just coding, so we have talks on the secure development process and DevSecOps to help you shift your security left and thereby increase efficiency and agility. Our cloud security related contents will help you with security aspects of cloud operations and containers. And well, software also runs on embedded hardware, which is why we also cover IoT security at sec4dev. Besides the talks and bootcamps, meeting like-minded people and industry experts in person is what's most valuable at conferences. You will have the opportunity to do so at our conference dinner, pub quiz, or simply during the frequent breaks on site. Want to become a part of sec4dev? Visit sec4dev.io for more. See you there.